Just make sure I got all my tabs in order. Make sure we got the chat for everyone. Yeah, okay, great. Okay, I think everything should be good. You should just be able to hear normal music in the background. You should be able to see me in the corner with a tier list in front of you. If everything looks good, please let me know. Because if there's anything that needs to be fixed, I'd rather get that sorted out first, you know? But, yeah, I guess other than that, hey, what's going on, you guys? My name is the Raptor, and, yeah, let's do some tier listing. We got a lot of tier lists set up for today, because I didn't really have, well, I guess there was one tier list actually closer to the end that's really big, but other than that, there wasn't really any single tier list that I wanted to do that I thought could really, like, hold its own video, so I thought, let's just put a bunch of stuff together. Oh my god, Raptor is real? Is he? Thought it was a myth. That's weird. Looks good. Okay, I think we're all good then. Because if we're all good, then yeah, we can just get started. I guess just to give a bit of context for everything, this was the way that the last tier list stream, the one that was the champion events, this is the way more or less that it was supposed to look, with me in the corner, and you could actually like watch me do the tier listing and all that. But it was just too busy at that time. I didn't get my webcam set up. This isn't even the best webcam in the world, but you know what? It's what we got. You know, it's certainly a lot better than my laptop camera. So, you know, I definitely have no problems using it. Yeah, we got more people joining in. That's great. Yeah, really happy you guys could make it for today. Yo, what's up, Raptor? How was your day? So far, it's been a little stressful, I'll be honest, just making sure everything is set up properly. Like, this is the first time that I've really done a stream that, like, you know, looks like this, you know, again with the webcam and everything. So I think it's taxing my computer a little more than usual, but so far it's been good. I'm really excited to do this with you guys. And yeah, in case you haven't noticed, the Death Battle Hulk vs. Godzilla is not coming out today, even though according to the schedule it should have, but they wanted more time on it, so it's coming out next week. So you got me instead. I'm sorry. What are you tiering today? A lot of different things. I think the one that I want to start off with is this one right here, which I don't know how well you can tell, but this here represents like the seasons. Like you have like 1, 2, 3, like you can see the numbers across them, so that's what that means. And I want to start off with that one because this is the tier list that I've kind of wanted to turn into like an actual video the most. But I have a lot of trouble articulating why I like certain seasons better than others, and even then, like, I don't even know exactly how I'm gonna rank all of these yet, because, you know, sometimes I feel differently about certain seasons, and so it's gonna be tough, but, you know, we'll see how it goes. Raptor, would you do your prediction? Well, if you're talking Hulk vs. Godzilla, like I've said before, I'm still not doing a prediction video for that one. I'd rather honestly just sit that one out. For one, I don't feel confident enough to make like a well-informed prediction, which I know is what a lot of you guys expect. But I also I don't have a lot of fun talking about that matchup, and for me, YouTube still needs to be fun on some level, you know? Are these the best of each season for you? If you're talking about like, so I didn't make this tier list, actually. Like, most of the tier lists here I did not make. You can find them linked in the description, though. The last one, though, I did make, and it will make a lot more sense once we get there, if we get there. We'll see how we feel, you know, later on the stream. But if you're talking about these images here, no, I would not say that these are all, like, individually my favorite of each season, necessarily, you know? I want to see Glenn Tennyson versus Adam Eve. Yep, so do I. I just want to, you know, take a look at the chat, because I don't want to completely disregard the chat. I am going to have to, you know, pay a lot of close attention to the tier listing. Hi, watching Shin Godzilla with my family. Can't wait for the matchup. Excited for episode 200. Yeah, I mean, episode 200 will be the one after Hulk vs. Godzilla, so yeah, that's gonna be fun. I'm curious, I know it's not a tiering thing, but are there any pitches you're really invested in? I'm actually really happy someone brought this up, because a lot of people have been asking me about potentially tier listing the pitched matchups. However, and someone tell me if they've all been announced yet, but I don't think they have been yet. But when they all get revealed, I kind of more so want to do like an actual scripted video, just going over the ones that I am most interested in, as opposed to trying to tier list all of them, because there's a lot that I just don't have a lot to say about, you know? So that's kind of, you know, what I want to do with that, right? Like make an actual video. At least that's the plan right now. We're ranking the seasons as a whole first, then rank the episodes within the seasons, and finally, no, we're not going to go that deep with it. The other tier lists, they're not really, like, related to each other. I don't want to spoil what they are just yet, but they're not, we're not going to be ranking, like, individual episodes, because either that would take way too long, because there's so many episodes, or I wouldn't really know how to, you know, how to, just group smaller ones together, because I wouldn't be able to... Oh my god, someone gave a super chat. Thank you so much. Yeah, we do have super chats enabled. I didn't expect anyone to actually use them. How did you react to Hulk vs. Godzilla getting delayed by another week? So actually, this is going to surprise some of you guys. At first, I was actually happy. And the reason for that is because I thought it meant that everything else was going to be delayed a week as well, because this isn't great, you know, spoilers, but... On the way that the schedule is currently laid out, I will be on vacation when episode 200 comes out, which means I can't actually watch it right away. But at first I thought Hulk vs. Godzilla getting delayed actually meant that everything would get pushed back and I'd be back in time for it, but it's looking like that's not going to be the case, and episode 200 is going to come out after, or sorry, 3 weeks after Hulk vs. Godzilla instead of 4 weeks after, which means it's still going to come out when I'm on vacation, which, you know, kind of sucks. There is a Google Doc that has all the pitch matchups that we know of. Okay, well, I'd still rather wait until we know all of them are done, you know? What are your hopes for episode 200? Just that it's a really fun time. You know, just that it's a really, really solid episode of Death Battle. I don't need it to be a specific episode. I just want it to be a fun time. So you're going to do all the tier lists that's in the video's description. Most likely, I'll say most likely, because some of these might take longer than others, and I might ask the chat, like, how they're feeling, what kind of tier list they want to see. Yeah, nope, just this episode will have 3 weeks of the waiting period. Yeah, exactly. So I'm a little disappointed because it means that, you know, I'll be a little late getting to episode 200, which sucks, but, like, reacting to it, I mean, and predicting the next one. So that kind of sucked. I know you're not going to do it, but how about a joke episode tier list? Do you mean, like, joke episodes that that have already come out, or ones that, like, haven't come out? Like joke matchups. Either way, I don't know. Okay, but how are we going to know when all the pitches are done? I guess we don't know that for sure. I kind of imagined it would be clear, but maybe it won't be. I don't know. I'll get to that video eventually, right? Like, probably. I'll get to it eventually. Anyway, I think I've yapped on long enough. Now we can actually do some tiering. So just want to make sure all my tabs are in order. I think they are. Okay. And again, I'll try to keep an eye on the chat, but I'm not going to be able to respond to everyone's questions or anything. So yeah, let's just get on with the tier listing. So right now I just have them listed as like S, A, B, C, D. I didn't really feel the need to rename them because I think it pretty well, you know, encapsulates how I feel about them. Some of you guys already know how I feel about some of these seasons, but let's just go one by one. So season 1, unfortunately that one's going in the D tier. Season 1, of course, is very nostalgic. You know, it started everything, right? Like, you kind of have to give props to some things in season 1, like the first Goku versus Superman, Batman versus Spider-Man, you know, still one of my favorite episodes, even though by today's standards, you know, it's not really good at all. By those days' standards, it was amazing, right? And obviously Goku versus Superman was even better. So, yeah, you know, at least as far as, you know, the actual quality. But, you know, overall, like, I'm trying to look at the seasons overall, right? So that's kind of why I put that one in there, because overall it just doesn't have any episodes that, you know, reach the level. Oh, another super chat. Okay, I will try to make sure to read all the super chats. Again, you do not have to super chat if you don't want to. But it's there if you do. Hi Raptor, just want to say that I love your content. Thank you so much. It's super enjoyable for me to see. Keep being a great content creator out there. Thank you so much, and thank you for the $5. I really appreciate it. I did not expect anyone to actually super chat. Raptor, if you pitched a matchup, which one would it be? Probably Dark Willow versus White Violin. They recently reacted to it on Ballot Banter though, which was pretty cool. If Death Battle were to do a full Clay animation, what matchups would you want? Ooh. I don't know if it's Clay necessarily, but something like maybe Lloyd Garmadon versus Takanuva as like maybe like a stop motion thing. That could be kind of cool. Justin versus Rebecca was trash. Well, I mean, yeah, obviously. Okay, now on to season 2. Now, this is where I have to really make something clear, because I know a lot of people really love season 2. And it makes sense, right? It's the nostalgia season, even more than season 1, I would say. Like, it's the one where, like, the most, you know, experimental stuff happen. Like, I totally get why people really like season 2. Here's the thing, though. I think when people are ranking seasons, what they tend to do is focus on the best episodes of each season, right? Like, they focus on the ones that they find memorable, the ones that they really like the most, and they tier list it based on just those episodes and not the season as a whole. That's not how I want to do it, though. I want to do it based on the average, like everything that comes in the season. I don't want to disregard the bad stuff, right? And if you look at it from that perspective, yes, season 2 has some bangers. It really does, but it also has some stinkers. It's probably the most inconsistent season, and I'm not, you know, knocking it down for that, like, for a season as a whole. It's just that's naturally what's gonna happen, right? So I could move things up or down. Like, nothing's locked in just yet. I could move things up or down just based on where I place everything else. But right now, I'm thinking putting season 2 just like in a really, you know, average B tier. I think that's fair for right now. If I'm feeling nice, then, you know, maybe I'll bump it up a little bit. But, like, I honestly think there are other seasons here that are more deserving of the S and A tier, just like overall, right? Not to mention season 2 has like 2 seasons worth of episodes. I mean, yeah, like how many is it? It's like, is it 32 episodes? Which literally would be twice the amount if it is. Yeah, no, for sure. It has a lot of stuff, and that's still great. You know, there's a lot of good stuff you can look at from there. But again, just looking at it from an average, it's just not. It's not the best, right? Like, ah, shit, my mouse just froze, and I think everything else just froze. Damn it. If you're still watching this right now, I don't know, okay, I can't tell if you're watching this right now, because literally my computer just froze. If you are here, is everything good? Are we back? Okay. Oh my god, I am so sorry, guys. I have no idea what happened there. I noticed that my mouse was not moving at all. Oh wait, I just realized I'm on the wrong tab. Sorry, this is just where I get the music from. But yes, no, I'm very sorry about that. I noticed my mouse just froze, and I'm like, wait, are you guys still here? And then my whole computer turned off, and it was like, oh shit, that's not good. So we probably lost some viewers from that. I am very sorry. Sack, okay, can you stop mentioning OnlyFans, Sack, please? Okay. Anyway, let me just get like 1 quick second to make sure everything is still good. Okay, okay, I think I need to reposition you a little bit. Let me just get the ads out of the way. We don't want stupid ads in the way. If that happens, I really hope that doesn't happen again. But we're gonna try our best, okay? I don't know where, if I was like in the middle of answering a question or something. Only rap, yeah, that's right. I don't know if I was in the middle of answering a question or if I was in the middle of like explaining my placement, but yeah, just to reiterate again, I'm putting season 2 in the middle because if we're trying to look at everything and not just the episodes that we feel stand out the most, then it's just a middle of the road thing. There are other seasons that I feel are more worthy of the placement. Anyway, now moving on to season 3. So unfortunately, we're also putting season 3 in the D tier. The problem is that, okay, so season 3 had some issues, right? Like, it has some good episodes. It has some good episodes, but a lot of the other ones are either just unforgettable or they really have problems. Like, obviously, you guys know I don't like the first Mewtwo versus Shadow at all. I don't like Tracer versus Scout either. There's a lot of stuff in there that's just, you know, really not great. And to me, it's not as excusable as season 1 because this is after season 2 when they made some really good stuff, and it just seemed like the overall quality dipped. Even though they made fewer episodes, the overall quality dipped. And I think I was seeing in like Ben and Chad react to Death Battle, I was seeing that they were saying that they thought they were going to have like more time to like get a head start in season 3, and they didn't. So, you know, it kind of makes sense, but even still, like for the overall quality of it, I don't think it holds up as well, especially for the time it came out. It should have been better, and it just wasn't, you know? I would actually give season 3 a B. Yes, Torian did really well with season 3, that's for sure. I just find the overall quality to be less excusable. Yeah, season 3 is a very mixed bag. Honestly, some of these seasons are a mixed bag. Some of them I would say even more so than season 3. Like season 2, if we're looking at it overall, I would call that a mixed bag. Season 4, now we can move on to season 4. This one is tough. There are some episodes in season 4 I like. There are some other ones I find to be very forgettable. See, this one I would almost call more of a mixed bag than season 3, to be honest. Season 3 I would say is like, it should have been better. Season 4 definitely took it up a notch compared to season 3. But I would still say it's more of a mixed bag. Like, I love Balrog versus TJ. That's one of my favorite episodes ever. And there are some other ones where, like, I don't mind the animation of Naruto versus Ichigo, or even like Sephiroth versus Virgil. I really enjoy watching those fights, but there are just some aspects of the episodes that are not as great. So I think the only appropriate spot for this one is C tier then. I think that makes sense because it's just more of a mixed bag to me. I would definitely put season 2 above because its highs, most of its highs, like it has a more overall average high than season 4 does. But I would think I would put it in C tier, yeah. Isn't Hulk vs. Godzilla supposed to be released by now? That's coming out next week. Yeah, I'm sorry, you're stuck with me. I enjoy Natsu versus Ace and Naruto versus Ichigo, but it's pretty mid, yeah, okay. Venom versus Bane. Yeah, the problem is that you can always look at the worst episodes of each season as well, just as easily as you could look at the best of each season. But I'm trying to do all of this as a whole, right? And this, of course, this is just my opinion. This is no absolute authority over which seasons are the best. Again, I linked the tier lists in the description so you guys can do this too, right? So make sure you go do that on your own time. Now, season 5 and 6, I kind of want to do at the same time because when I was younger, I used to like season 5 quite a bit more than season 6. Now I think it's the opposite. Now I think I would say season 6 is better. Season 6, I can almost guarantee I would put in A tier. Yes, there are some things that are not great about season 6. Yes, it has Ben 10 versus Green Lantern in it, so if you really don't like it, then you might not like season 6 that much. But overall, especially like, again, looking at this, like Ganondorf versus Dracula, amazing episode. All Might versus Might Guy, one of my favorite episodes. Like there are the almost like the back 6 episodes of season 6, like I enjoy all of them a lot. Now in terms of season 5, this, again, I enjoyed season 5 a lot more, but this was back when I was looking at it from the perspective of my favorite episodes from season 5. Now, again, trying to incorporate the not so great stuff about season 5, I'm considering either putting it in A, but below season 6, or in B, but above season 2. I'm not 100% sure which one to go with there, because season 2 almost feels like it deserves a tier on its own. You know what I mean? Like, it's that special. But, yeah, Ryujin and Carnage Lucy are really good. Yeah, I enjoy both of those episodes. Yeah, well, I'm just reading the chat, mate. Yeah, season 5 is a very mixed bag. You could say that about a lot of seasons. Yeah, sorry, I just don't want to completely disregard the chat. I think I'll put it in B tier, to be honest. I might change it later, though. Depending on what else I put, I might bump it up one, but I think I'll put it in B tier, because it does have some good stuff. It really does. And there's some other stuff in there that I would kind of prefer I forgot about. Jack vs. Afro was great. Absolutely, it was great. Season 7. I think Season 7 is a little underrated, to be honest. I think it gets a really bad rep because a lot of people focus on the bad stuff from Season 7. Season 7 does have some good stuff too. But I think, to be fair to everything else it does bad, I think I'm putting it in C tier. I would put it higher than Season 4, because I think its overall quality is still better than Season 4. Like, it did improve to the level that I would have expected it to, right? So unlike, you know, Season 1 versus 3, where it's like, 1 makes sense for the quality where it's supposed to be, you know, versus like the time it came out. Season 3 does not. Like, that should have been better than it was. For me, Season 7 is as much better as Season 4 than it should be. That's why I rank it higher. But I can't put it in the same tier as, like, 5 or 2, because there's some not so great stuff. I feel like I'm just saying this about every season, because it's true for every season. There's good stuff and there's not great stuff. It's really just how you view the whole package. I love Booster Gold versus Cable. Booster Gold is my favorite analysis in the series. Okay, that's great. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think I've given enough love to Cable versus Booster Gold. Looking back, it is actually one of the more standout Marvel versus DC episodes. I think people dislike Season 7 mainly due to the amount of Marvel and DC characters it has. I mean, that's definitely part of it. And I think that's a fair criticism. Like, I think it's totally fine for that to be your opinion. Yeah, but I would still say Season 7 is overhated. I think it is a good season. Well, not a good season necessarily, but like, I think it has good stuff. The best episodes of Season 7 are really good, in my opinion. But the bad stuff, there's some stuff where, like, I don't think they made the best decisions for the matchup making. Some of the episodes, again, like, I almost see, like, C tier as, like, the inconsistent tier. Like, these two seasons I feel are very inconsistent. I think, honestly, the only reason why Season 2 is higher is because of nostalgia. I think that one moves it up to a B tier, to be honest. But again, it still has some really good episodes. Season 8 and 9, this is another one where I kind of want to do them together. I don't know how much I've talked about my comparison between Season 8 and 9, but it's very similar to, like, 5 versus 6, where after Season 9 came out, I would have said that this was my favorite season, like, even above Season 8. Looking back on it, it's hard, because Season 8, I think, has higher highs and lower lows, whereas Season 9 is more consistent. You know what I mean? I hope that makes sense. That's how I see it anyway. And that kind of just depends on what you like more. Do you like consistency, or do you like it where, you know, some episodes are better than others? Usually when I'm, like, judging media like that, I usually lean more towards the higher highs and lower lows, because I just think it makes for a more interesting experience. But I think for this, Season 8, I think, is definitely S tier for me. And again, kind of like Season 5, where it could be between A and B tier, I feel like Season 9 could either be also S or A tier. I could see it going in either of those. I don't think I missed any Super Chats, did I? I just realized, like, if I did get any Super Chats, I should definitely be reading them. I don't think so, though. I think I've read all of them so far. Again, don't feel obligated to Super Chat. I think, though, especially, like, looking at these guys, because I still have to rank, you know, Season 10 and, you know, 2024, 2025, I think A tier is fair. I would put it above Season 6. I think everything from Season 8 onwards, I think, is the best Death Battle is made. I think that is the best content from 2021 to now. But I think out of all of it, I would probably put Season 9 as the weakest. Again, there's some good stuff. I love Thor versus Vegeta. I love Trunks versus Silver, Omni-Man versus Homelander. And it is a very consistent season. But the fact of the matter is, Season 8 has, like, some of my favorite episodes. Like, it has, well, Dio versus Alucard is great, but it also has Goku Black versus Reverse Flash, Saitama versus Popeye. And I feel like if I really have to make the distinction between these two, yes, again, Season 8 does have lower lows, but I feel like overall, I just more fondly remember Season 8, to be honest. Yes, 9 did have some really good episodes as well. I don't want to discredit that. To me, it isn't due to Blake versus Mikasa and Akuma, or Mikasa and Akuma versus Khan. Well, those are probably two of my least favorite episodes of that season, yeah. But I would say, yeah, Season 8 belongs in the S tier. And as far as the other one goes, like, Season 10, I mean, obviously is... Oh, I didn't even realize how neatly this looks now. Season 10 is my favorite season. season 2024 to 2025, this just says 2024, but I think it was just made at the time, like that way back when, so it doesn't say 2025 on it. But I'm including everything for this one, like everything from 2024 onwards. I cannot put this one at the top because it's not finished yet. That's just me, like I don't feel like I can do that. I think though, if it keeps at the level that it's been going at, it might dethrone season 10, but it would have to be like really good all the way through, because season 10 is just, and I know I'm a little biased because both Stitch versus Rocket and Galactus versus Unicron came out at that time. I understand, but I think season 10 makes sense at the top. It's still my favorite full season. We'll see what happens with you. We'll have to, you know, have it finished, because there's a lot of stuff in here that's amazing. Like, what's the worst episode from 2024 onwards? Like, I know most people say it's either like Omni-Man versus Bardock or Kratos versus Asura. Although I think mostly for, well, at least for Omni-Man versus Bardock, I think it's mostly for the outcome. For Kratos versus Asura, I know people have like various problems with it. But like, other than those two, there is like not a single episode that's come out since then that's like universally like criticized much. Like, most of them are praised a lot. And even in season 10, you have some other ones like Killua versus Misaka. What else? I don't know, like Ant-Man versus Adam, where you don't see a lot of praise for them, right? There aren't that many of them in this. So I feel like once this is done, if it keeps at that level, it might dethrone season 10 for me, but I can't say that yet, right? We just have no way of knowing. Yeah, a lot of people are saying Kratos versus Asura. Yeah, I understand. Season 2024-25 to go in A tier personally. Well, okay, that's your opinion. That's cool. Yeah, I guess most stuff is, well, not most stuff overall, but like about half the stuff is in S to A tier, which makes sense because I do like the show. Like, I am going to think that it is good. Like, it's not that I excuse Death Battle's flaws. I guess just like I'm more understanding of them. I take Death Battle for what it is. You know, I understand some people want it to be way more than it is, or they want it to analyze things in all the ways that you would analyze it, but like, I take it for what it is, and this is probably how I do this. Let me just make sure I got it again. So S tier is, yeah, so season 10, 2024-2025, season 8. I am considering, I don't know if I should put season 8 above 2024-2025, because I do think the highs of, like, some of the stuff in the more recent months have been like really amazing. That's tough, actually. I feel like these two are like interchangeable right now. I'll come back to that. Season 9, season 6. Yeah, I would definitely put season 9 above season 6, but I think they both belong in A tier. Season 5, season 2. I feel like depending on the day, I might bump up season 5 to A tier as well, but right now I'm kind of just more feeling that, you know, it's just a little more inconsistent than that. Season 2, again, the nostalgia season, I think that's fine. And this definitely isn't going to change. Season 7, season 4, season 1, season 3. Yeah, the biggest thing I think is switching these two. So these two are interchangeable for me. But if I really had to pick, I would put this one here and this one here. But the true answer is that they're interchangeable. Let me just take a drink of water. I actually had the smart idea to get some water for this one, so I'm not going to be, you know, dehydrating myself. That's good. Yeah, Bowser versus Eggman, Among Us, Spawn Riders, Simone Kyle, Wily Tom. Like, yeah, so much great stuff consistently. Like, to me, it's like, they have not really gone downhill since Season 10, really. Like, they're still improving overall. I would still put Season 10 above, but, like, they're trying to be more consistent, right? Like, even with them being independent, like, there's no issue with them being independent. They've proven that. The only bad thing about Season 9 for me is Deku versus Asta. I mean, yeah, I understand that. Deku versus Asta. There are some episodes in Season 9, like Deku versus Asta, Jason versus Michael. Some of that stuff is just not going to sit well with people. Whereas with Season 8, like, yes, I think it does overall have lower lows, but I think it makes up for it. Again, excuse me. Sorry about that. There was a time where I would have put Season 9 above Season 8, but looking back on it, not so much. Okay, I think... Why is Dante versus Bayonetta D tier? No. This is just the seasons, guys. Just the seasons. Dante versus Bayonetta itself, I do enjoy. To be clear. But no, this is literally just the seasons. No bearing on what the matchups are. Again, I did not make this tier list. Just to be clear. Okay, now I think Strongest Alive carried the episode. I mean, Strongest Alive is pretty amazing, yeah. That's kind of how I feel with Blake versus Mikasa as well. Which was, what was it called? Thunder Shroud. That's an amazing track. Anyway, I think now we can move on to the next tier list. Theoretically, I mean, like, I could take a closer look at the chat. I mean, there's not much being said right now, which is perfectly fine. Just want to make sure I'm not, missing anything. I'd put 3 above 1 personally, but I get it. Yeah, no, I understand that. I can totally get that. Okay, now let's move on to the next one. So this one, and we have an ad. You get the hell out of here. Now we have a rematch tier list. Again, if you've looked in the description, you would have seen that. But yes, now we have a rematch tier list. So this has, again, this one I didn't make, but I wanted to choose this one because it has more stuff on it, right? Like, theoretically, I could have just done all of the losing matchups in the, what was it? In the rematch vote, which I think all of them are in here, to be clear. But there are also other options. Not necessarily all the options that I would put, like when I was, if I'm considering rematches, but this is the one where I thought it had like the best selection of, overall, of what rematches we could have done. You think they're going to do all the Tournament of Champions matchups eventually? No, I don't think so. Well, obviously they're not guaranteed, but there were some matchups in there where I kind of just see them more so going a different direction. I think being on the Tournament of Champions does overall increase the likelihood, but I don't see all of them getting there. And I just realized I had tried to order these in order of like when they came out in Death Battle, and now it's all, I guess because I had to restart my computer because it crashed on me, it all just came undone. So I guess we'll just go in the order that they give us, because I don't want to take the time to reorder it. So Chun-Li versus Mai Shiranui. This one, I mean they're hot, so I would have to put it I mean, I guess I would put it in there. I don't know. It would be cool, honestly, though, to see more fighting games come back to Death Battle, you know what I mean? I will say, though, that I am overall going to be a little harsher with this one because I do not think rematches are necessary most of the time, right? Honestly, though, this one I probably would put in would be cool. It'd be cool to see them revisit these characters, revisit these series, but I definitely wouldn't put it as deserves. So yeah, I'll put this one in here. Honestly, just saying they're hot, like, it makes it easier. It makes the placement easier, so why not? Ryu versus Scorpion. Oh yeah, and the tiers, by the way, like, deserves a rematch, would be cool, not interested, should fight someone else. This is basically how the tiers were given to me. I think there was another tier called Who, but obviously I know all of these, so that doesn't really apply to me. Ryu versus Scorpion, very easy, should fight someone else. Ryu could come back again, I guess. I mean, he got Ryu versus Jin, which I think was a good episode for him. Scorpion, of course, I really want him to fight Wolf, Sekiro. You guys all know this by now, so this is a very easy should fight someone else. If I heard we were getting this one instead, I would not be very happy. Dante versus Bayonetta. So as I said in the last tier list, I do enjoy Dante versus Bayonetta quite a lot. There are some things that could have been improved on it, definitely. But I still do really enjoy the animation. Like, I don't think there would be a better... Well, not to say there couldn't be a better animation, but I find it really hard to believe that they would make an animation that I like more than the one that's currently in the episode. So that's a little tough. I think overall I have to put it in not interested because it's not even necessarily I want to see these characters fight someone else. Like, if they did do the rematch, I'd probably be like, oh, okay, like, it didn't take the place of anything else I really wanted. But I can't say it would be cool because I'm not really actively hoping for it. Like, it's just like, if it happened, like, okay, I guess. So I guess I have to put it in not interested. Where would Harry versus Luke go? I do want Luke to come back. I guess, well, I have other matchups for Harry, so I guess should fight someone else. I guess that's where I would put it. TMNT Battle Royale. This is another one that very clearly, for me, should fight someone else. How do I order this, by the way? Because should fight someone else, because if I put it at the top of the list, does that mean like it's the most they should fight someone else? Or is it more like still it's the most I would want to see it on the left and the least I would want to see it on the right? I feel like that's how I have to do it, because that's more how it like lines up, right? Like the stuff here at the top is more of what I want, whereas the stuff at the bottom is less of what I want. And I guess theoretically, yeah, this is the one that I would want other characters to fight more, because there are more interesting matchups for the Turtles. I really want, you know, Old Man Logan versus Last Ronin. There's also, if you just want to do regular Mikey, there's, you know, Jay Walker from Ninjago. That would also be super fun. And Raph and Donnie. Yeah, it's like, I don't know if they have the best spread right now exactly, but I would still prefer them to fight other characters. Yeah, the Turtles have better matchups, exactly. Like, there's no need to go back to this, especially with Leo getting like his own solo episodes. Like, just give the other Turtles their solo episodes, you know? Ben 10 versus Green Lantern. This one, yeah. Again, I'm doing this based on what's lower on the tier is what I least want to see. And this one, I definitely don't want to see at all. I don't need Hal to come back, but I would like to see Ben come back. I have some matchups in mind for him. I've heard Jaden from Yu-Gi-Oh! That gets thrown out a lot. That would be pretty cool. But I think, like, yeah, I even not interested, I don't think is fair, because I would like to see Ben come back if, you know, the if the community is chill about it, which maybe they won't be, but in a perfect world, I would like to see Ben come back. I definitely not see this rematch again. Zoro versus Urza. I mean, I kind of want them to prioritize other not Final Fantasy, other Fairy Tail and One Piece episodes, but this in a vacuum, yeah, I could see this one. I could see this one working. It might be cool to get like updated analyses for how they look at the worlds and like versus each other. That could be interesting. I could see that. Don't have much to say other than that. Felicia versus Tawakaka. Yeah, I'm not interested in that one really. We're gonna talk about Blaze Blue a little further down the line, of course, with Ragna and Soul, but this one specifically, I don't really have an opinion on. I just wouldn't be interested in it really if I heard they were doing it. Although, do I put it above or below? No, I'd probably at least still be interested in seeing what they do with this, so I guess I'll put that one higher. Gaara versus Toph. That's another one like Ben 10 versus Green Lantern where I really just do not see the point of them doing it. But I think I would probably put it in not interested. There are other opponents for both of them. For Gaara, I've heard like Sandman and Crocodile. For Toph, I've mainly heard Terra, either from DC Comics or like the actual Teen Titans TV series. And that might be fun, but I'm not really itching to see either of these characters come back at all. I'm definitely not placing it any higher because I don't want to see the rematch. If I had a character I really wanted to see for either of these, I'd probably put it in Should Fight Someone Else, but I'll just put it in Not Interested. Jotaro versus Kenshiro. That is tough. Oh, God. Because, okay, they've improved a lot with JoJo's, right? They definitely have. There were some bumps along the way for how they were analyzing it, I think, but, you know, they've gone to a really good spot, I think, with how they analyze JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. I don't know, though, if we need this episode. Like, yes, it would be cool for them to revisit Fist of the North Star, I suppose, but I don't know if we absolutely need this one. Like, we've gotten a number of JoJo's characters already. We could see other ones. We could see Jotaro fight someone else. But if they, like, I think about, like, the best case scenario for if they redid this episode, that could look really cool. Yeah, I want to see Jotaro come back, but I don't know who against. Oh, Fist of the North Star is getting a new anime adaptation. You don't like Toph that much? It's not that I don't like Toph. It's just that Toph versus Terra is not one of my most wanted episodes or anything. It's not really something I'm like looking forward to. It's great if you are though. Yeah, I think maybe I'd like to see this more than the other ones, but I think if I can thank you. I think this is probably the best spot because Jotaro would be cool to come back. Kenshiro even would be cool to come back. But, like, it goes back to what I was saying about Master Chief versus Doomslayer, that just because you want characters to come back, the answer to that question, in my opinion, is almost never rematch. Just go somewhere else, right? Like, have a different fight. That's how I see it. I think it just makes more sense that way. Mario versus Sonic 3, this one I think deserves a rematch. I know it's already gotten one. And we had Bowser versus Eggman, which I just made, we made a little staircase with this. That's cool. You know, we did get Bowser versus Eggman, which shows that they have a better understanding of how to scale the series. But honestly, like, especially after seeing Goku versus Superman 3, like, you know, I love this matchup in general. I would really, really like to see, like, how they did Goku versus Superman, where they made an episode that works on every level. I would really like that for Mario versus Sonic. Again, they just did Bowser versus Eggman. It does not have to happen soon. If they don't ever want to do it, fine, right? Like, I can't control that, but I personally think it deserves a rematch, and we'll be seeing other matchups that go there as well. Peach versus Zelda. Yeah, this is one, honestly, that I think would be cool. Should I put it at the top? Yeah, I think I'll put it... Why does this never work? There we go. I'll put it at the top of this, honestly, because it would be cool to see how they redo these characters. Because for Peach, they focused a lot on, like, the sports stuff, and they've gotten new stuff since then. So, like, to me, like, it does check off a lot of the boxes for, like, when a rematch should happen, right? And for Peach and Zelda, I'm not sure if I can think of many other characters that I would really want to see them be put against, so, like, I don't really think I would put it in should fight someone else. Like, I think them versus each other again, but just done better, yeah, I do think that would be cool. With Bowser versus Eggman, this fight's kind of pointless. It should only be done if it's years later. I assume you're referring to Mario versus Sonic, and yeah, that's totally fine. Even still, though, I would say it deserves a rematch, even if it is later. This is Ryu versus Strider, right? Ryu Hayabusa versus Strider Hiryu. Yeah, I'm not really interested in this one. I guess because we haven't really seen the series again, I'll put it like here, like a little above these two. But it wouldn't really interest me to see this one. If it got a rematch, like, I'd honestly just kind of be confused. I'd be like, wait, why is this the one you're choosing? Some of these are never going to become rematches. Like, even if you want to say, oh yeah, Ben 10 versus Green Lantern could become a rematch, some of these are never going to become rematches. That's just the fact of the matter, because there's not enough demand for them. And Ryu versus Strider is just a big one for that. Now we have Tracer versus Scout. This is one that I haven't talked much about it, but I do think it deserves it. It's not, like, as much of a priority for me as, say, Mario versus Sonic, and there's another one coming up. If you guys have seen my channel before, you'll know which of these I'm putting at the top. But this is another one where it's like, yeah, like, this one could really benefit from another go at it. It would be cool to see other, like, TF2 characters on Death Battle. There are definitely some matchups there that I would really like to see. But I think, yeah, overall, I would like to see this matchup again. Ragna versus Soul. So this one is really hard, because my first instinct, and again, I said we were going to be talking about BlazBlue again. Ragna versus Soul is really hard because I kind of do believe that this would benefit from a run back, because we haven't seen much of BlazBlue, we haven't seen any more of Guilty Gear. It would be cool to see them do this episode again. But there are also other good opponents, at least for Ragna, that if they did this one, I feel like, would it be taking the place of something else, right? Something else that could be really well done. So I kind of feel like, to be honest, it averages out to a would be cool. Because if they did it, I'd be like, okay, yeah, it's really cool that they're doing it, but I'd also be a little bummed out that it probably means, oh, well, we're not getting, like, Ragna versus Velvet. Because I'd be interested in seeing how they do that one. So I think I have to put it in would be cool. Now, where in would be cool do I put it? I think I'll probably put it here, but again, this has, like, a really big asterisk next to it, because I think it would be cool for Ragna, at least Ragna, to fight somebody else, because he does have other legitimate matchups. But just, like, contained to the matchup itself, it would benefit from getting a run back. Like, I don't think I can argue that. What else we got? Sephiroth versus Virgil. I think this one actually for me, it's also gonna go and would be cool, either at the top or like below this. Obviously, Final Fantasy has gotten better updates as far as like scaling it goes. Devil May Cry, we haven't really seen that yet. Of course, if Hellboy versus Nero comes out, then they can do it with that. Like, they don't have to do it through this means, but I think it would be really cool to see these characters come together again with a much, much better understanding of how they operate. I must ask, how much research do you... This is a super chat. Thank you so much for the $5. How much research do you do for your prediction videos? What sites do you use, etc.? So obviously, as everyone says, like, the wikis are a great place to start, but obviously that does not give you the full picture. A lot of what I do is I go through like different discussions about like what people are having on the matchup. I look at like the biggest talking points that people are talking about, and then I basically like just double check all of those talking points to see the validity of all of it, and I like map all of it out, and I try to make sure I haven't missed any big discussion points, and making sure I can put it all together and, you know, actually make sense of it all, like come to my own conclusion. So that's kind of how I do it. That's basically at least like how I start it. And then, you know, if additional research needs to be done, then I'll do that as well. But a lot of it is really just making sure I understand what the biggest parts of the debate are, and making sure I get like a full understanding of it, or as big of an understanding of it as I can, and then moving forward with it. Anyway, Sephiroth versus Virgil, I think I'll put this one here. It would be cool to see this one done again with the updated stuff, I think. Terminator versus RoboCop. This one, I think... I don't think I'd be interested in this one, to be honest. Like, these are cool characters, but I don't know. It's like, these are just not the kinds of characters I'm itching to see come back to Death Battle. Like, I've enjoyed some of the Terminator movies. I'm not huge on RoboCop at all. But this one, I'll put at the top of not interested, because I could see it, like, if I got more into the series, I could see it maybe crossing that threshold. But again, like, I think I would still rather see one of these characters fight someone else, even if I don't have someone in mind for them right now. You know what I mean? So I think that's ultimately why. Yang versus Tifa. So this is either going in not interested or should fight someone else. Although it's weird, because even though I'm kind of similar to Gaara versus Toph on this one, where it's like, I'm thinking that I don't really have a major opponent for either of these characters to fight, but I would still much prefer them to fight someone else. Like, I think I would like to see another episode with these characters in them, like, outright. I would like to see that. I just don't have, like, a really big opponent for either of them. Like, I know, Tifa has, like, a Persona character. I know she gets matched with her a lot. And Yang has some other opponents. I know there's Bakugo. And I think there's also Vi from League of Legends, which is actually pretty interesting. So I think, honestly, the answer is should fight someone else. Because even if there's not, like, a hard preferred opponent for me, I would really like to see one or both of these characters come back, just not here, right? So out of all of that, should fight someone else, I guess... I mean, again, we're still looking at this from, like, this matchup specifically. I'd rather see this one than Ben 10 versus Green Lantern as a rematch. And yeah, I'd rather see this one above that one. That makes sense. Yeah, Tifa versus Makoto, thank you. Now we have Bomberman versus Dig Dug. Where do I put Bomberman versus Dig Dug? Where, oh where? I think, again, I feel like this one's kind of similar to Terminator versus RoboCop. I think Bomberman would be cool to come back. But again, like, I'm not really itching to see him come back. It's more like if he came back, I'd be like, okay, cool, let's see how they analyze him. So I think this is another one where I'd put it, like, on the higher end of not interested. Again, like I said, I'm harder on rematches, because I don't see the value in them most of the time, right? Wall Dig Dug versus Universal Bomberman. Yeah, that's awesome. And then last but not least, Mewtwo versus Shadow. This one goes to the top. You guys know this is the rematch I want to see. This is like the one rematch where I would, like, actively go to bat for. This is really the only way I would really want Shadow to come back. Mewtwo, if he fought someone else, I'd be a little disappointed that, you know, we don't get to revisit this matchup. But I'd at least be like, okay, well, yeah, let's get a better analysis from Mewtwo. But this is the one that, at least in my opinion, I feel like it's most deserving. I am biased because I feel like this is really on the same level as Tracer versus Scout. But for me, like, I just love this matchup a lot more. I think it has a lot of great qualities. It's a must. Well, you know, we'll see what Death Battle does. Again, there's a difference between what you want to see and what is going to happen. I really want it to happen, but I'm not gonna go into it thinking, well, if it doesn't happen, then Death Battle is stupid, and you know, like, I'm not gonna do that, right? It's their show. Team Mewtwo or Team Shadow? I am all of me, Team Shadow. I mean, I like both of them a lot. I think I like Shadow a little more, but like, this is literally like probably like top 3 favorite Pokemon versus top 3 favorite Sonic characters. As far as who I think wins, I don't know. And I think that's really cool, right? I think that is cool because there's a lot of stuff that would have to be in the discussion. They have very different power sets. Marcelino gifted $1. I don't think there's a message with it. At least I hope there's not, because I can't see it. If there was a message, someone tell me what that is. But I don't think there is one. I think it's just a $1 gift. Either way, thank you so much for that. As much as I want Mewtwo vs. Shadow rematch to happen, I just want Shadow to fight Vincent Valentine. If Shadow had to come back in a different way, that would be my preferred for him. But again, I kind of don't see the value in bringing characters back that much. The only reason really why I would like Shadow to come back is because it's in this context, and this would replace the previous Mewtwo vs. Shadow for me. I don't see a message either. Okay, good. Just want to be clear, because if there was a message, I should be reading it. Again, to all the people who are using super chats, not necessary, but thank you so much. I appreciate it a lot. If we at least have Mewtwo return, I hope he fights Fecto. Oh, Iphilis. I hope I'm pronouncing that right, from Kirby. Okay, that's interesting. I've heard Mewtwo versus Sephiroth before, actually. Mewtwo versus Black War Greymon. That's a big one. I like Shadow to return, but use Archie Shadow. Yeah, that's another way I could accept it. I like if it's specifically Archie Shadow. I'm gonna take another drink of water. I should be taking more drinks of water. I don't know how much you can tell, but like I feel like I'm smacking my lips like the whole time. Before we move on to the next tier list, I think, yeah, let's just take some time to read some chats. As long as it's Shadow versus Base, okay. I see that. I understand. Okay, so other than the bad part at the beginning, I think, and actually watching this stream back, I have no idea what it's gonna look like. But I think other than the beginning, we're actually all good. I think, like, there's no more technical difficulties. I probably just jinxed it, but it looks like there's no more technical difficulties. If I just look back at the recording, okay, yep, it looks like everything's good. I like Mewtwo versus Tetsuo, despite the latter having a perfectly good episode. Yeah, Magneto versus Tetsuo does its job, like, as good as it needs to do. Yeah. Are you gonna post these in the server and Blue Sky? Theoretically, I could. I guess actually I should have posted on Blue Sky that I was doing a stream. I completely forgot to do that. I mean, I guess I could do it now, but it would. I don't want to, you know, take away the time from you guys. On the server and Blue Sky, maybe I will. I could probably download it and post it there. I might. That's a good idea. You're asking for Peach and Zelda matchups. There's Peach versus Barbie. Oh yeah, I have heard of Peach versus Barbie. Or Minnie Mouse. And Zelda versus Leia. Okay, interesting. I just think, like, this matchup in particular could benefit from it. It's kind of like... my methodology for this is a little weird, but again, it is kind of based on vibes, though. Like, I gotta be honest, like, I think that the matchup itself could have benefited more. Could benefit from a rematch. They could also benefit from being in other episodes, but, like, I would really like to see the comparison done again. And again, I say that with kind of an asterisk. Again, this is just from the perspective of rematches, because I think Death Battle should prioritize other matchups, and in some cases, other characters as well. When are we getting the Raptor cover of You Say Danger? if I was better at like singing, I would like to cover some stuff, but like I also like I'm not a musically talented person at all. My most musical talent is musical theater, and even that I don't think I'm as good of a singer as I used to be, because I just haven't been like training it at all. Do you happen to have a specific trait you love to see in a death battle? Oh, $20. Guys, you can't be donating $20. Sorry. Okay. 1 second. Let me do the question I was going to do, and I'll get to that, I promise. Do you happen to have a specific trait you love to see in a death battle? For example, for me, I love characters that have rules they're brought into the fight that have to get worked around. Okay, yeah, I can see that. For me, I think it's just when they make the analyses like really character driven and not just like making it sound like a respect thread. Like when they really focus on how cool the characters are regardless of how you can scale stuff. You know what I mean? TV show. Okay, now I'm reading the super chat. TV shows get canceled with unresolved plot lines, and there's a bunch of characters that fall into that category that would be great for death battle, but since they have incomplete stories, does that mean they're unlikely to be in a death battle? I don't think it rules them out. I think that more complete stories, if anything, could solidify how strong they are. So no, I would not say it rules them out. I mean, it might make the analysis segments a little less satisfying, but you can analyze whoever you want, right? So maybe a little less likely, like it might not be as prioritized, but I would not say that like it means, oh, there's no chance. Thank you so much for the $20, by the way. Ben 10 versus Green Lantern does not need another episode. Absolutely. Who is your favorite death battle content creator? I love all of them. I think if you're taking the time to do stuff like this for something that you have a really big passion about, I have a ton of respect for you. Whether you're like a big content creator or a small content creator, I think if you're doing it for the right reasons, then I have huge respect. I was actually considered, because I think there is a death battle content creator tier list that I was considering doing for this, but I thought, okay, I shouldn't really be tier listing people, and I think I'm on it too, and that'd be weird to place myself. What were your thoughts on the live action Lilo and Stitch? I haven't seen it. I probably will. I have been spoiled by some of the aspects, but I have not seen it yet. I think it's on Disney Plus, so I'll probably get to seeing it soon. One thing I will say though is that even though I haven't seen the movie, and even though it seems to have a lot of the issues that I tend to have with live action remakes, just based on what I've heard, again, I haven't seen it, it seems that when they do the sequel, it's going to be an original story, which is exactly what I wanted, because I kind of want these Lilo and Stitch movies to be like the Sonic movies, where there's familiar characters, but they're new stories, right? Like, or reimagined stories, I guess, like, but they're different, right? So if it means that the first one had to be like really basic for that to happen, then I guess that's cool. But right now we only have the first movie, and I'll have to see it on my own time. Nope, haven't seen it. Nope. Yeah, I've heard it's awful. I've heard some of the changes they make, and I'm not one to write off changes for remakes. I think that those should happen, because then otherwise you're just watching the same, you're watching the same thing, right? But I think in this case, some of the changes they made are not in service of a better story. Someone on Reddit did a tier list of Death Battle reacts. I assume you mean reactors. I started making Death Battle content because of you, and will make my first prediction fight video if RWBY. Well, I assume RWBY versus Maka. Thank you so much, man. That actually, that's amazing. That's actually so great to hear. Thank you. Yeah, please have fun with your video. Yeah, exactly, for sure. Is Mahawk episode? I mean, I'd really like it to be Captain Kirk versus Han Solo. I don't think it's going to be that one, though. I don't know if they're ever going to do that episode. I would really like them to, but I don't know for sure. On the point of pitches, Ben confirmed he doesn't want to ever release a whole list of what was pitched. Okay, so that kind of throws a wrench in it. I guess then either what I would have to do is wait until they stop, you know, the pitched Death Battle cast episodes, because then I can kind of imply that, you know, okay, well then they're done, or I just have to make it preemptively. Like, I have to just do it whenever I feel like it, and I might miss out on some other matchups, so. I hope it's Blade versus Buffy. Yeah, that'd be cool for the Ismahawk one as well. Okay, I think now we can move on. Okay, so actually, there's a question I want to ask you guys, because we have two more tier lists that I have queued up. One of them is regarding Death Battle tracks, and the other one is regarding it's actually a big tier list for my versus matchup review series, which is a big one because there's like 96 of them. So my question is, would you rather see only one of them? Would you rather see both of them? Or we can do the track one first, and then we'll see if we have enough time to do the really, really big one. So I kind of want to ask you guys, what are you interested in seeing? Do you want to see like a track tier list, a huge matchup tier list, or both? Again, we kind of have to assume there's enough time. But yeah, I kind of want to ask you guys what you're interested in. Both? Okay, so we got one vote for both. What time? So for me, it's 2 p.m. How long do I actually have to stream? Like, I don't think I have a hard out, at least not for like a couple hours. Versus matchup review tier list, please. Track first. What's the name of this tier list? Well, you can find it linked in the description, but this one is called Future Death Battle Rematches Tier List Maker. Did the stream freeze again? God, I hope not. I'm still able to move my mouse. Okay, I think we're good. I'm interested in both, but don't mind if we do the track first. Will the track tier list include fan commissions or just official tracks? So it's not all of the tracks. So some people are saying both, but prioritize the matchups. Okay, how about this then? We will speed run through the track one. Okay, does that sound good? I think we can do this. So to be clear, this is not all of the tracks. This is specifically the tracks that have gotten remasters. And I'm not doing it because I want, I'm not doing it because I want, you know, to do the ones that are remastered. I just wanted like a smaller sample size. And this was like an easier way to do it. Like, I think there's like 2 versions of Discord and Decipher here, and that's not really like what I'm trying to do. Like, I'm trying to just the overall track, how do I feel about it, right? So again, not because it's remastered, but because I just wanted a smaller sample size. So I think, again, this I ordered these in, and we got a freaking ad. I ordered these in like the order that they came out, like for the episodes, and now it's all messed up again. So I guess we'll just do it here. My favorite Death Battle tracks are Titans of Magic, Discord and Decipher, Sonic Rainboom, Celestial Cinder Knight. Okay, I'm sensing a theme. I don't think Discord and Decipher is here. I don't think the other ones are there though. Anyway, so now this one, I gotta make sure I can even read these. So Hollow Dreams. I really enjoy Hollow Dreams. In order for something to be like in an S tier, it really needs to be special to me. Like, for me, like, a really, really solid track, for me, that's like A tier. S tier needs to be special. So, and that's gonna be subjective to me, right? Like, you guys are gonna have things completely differently. For this one, though, I think I'm gonna put it in A tier. I still listen to this one quite a bit. I think Hollow Dream, and again, not specifically the remastered necessarily, just Hollow Dreams in general. I do really enjoy that. I gotta go. It was a fun stream. Hope the rest goes well. Thank you so much. I hope it goes well as well. But thank you so much for sticking around. I appreciate it. Brandon Yates is crazy talented. Yeah, exactly. Like, a lot of this stuff is honestly just gonna be high because I think he just does a really good job. That's the problem with this, right? That like there's not as much that's bad. Real quick, can you play every track in the background? I think that's gonna take too long. You can listen to the tracks in like another tab if you want. But like I right now have it as like a shuffle. And I think trying to like undo all of that is just gonna take too long. So sorry about that, but yeah, you can listen to these. So this one is called Hollow Dreams. I'll make sure to say all of them if you want to listen to them. Hi bro, how you doing? I'm doing well. Stream seems to be going well so far. We're tier listing some Death Battle tracks. What else we got? So this is God's Hand. See, this is an example of one to me that's really special. I think this is an S tier track. I listen to this before I go to bed sometimes, which is not a good idea, but it's when I can like blast, you know, my music in my headphones, right? And like there's no one else around. Like, I love this track so much. I can listen to it at any point of the day. It's amazing. The end of Hollow Dreams giving me chills, yeah, for sure. Yeah, Therewolf Media also amazing. Both of the guys and the guests they get on as well, but like them two especially, like super talented. Again, we'll try to go through this quicker so that we can get to the matchup one that a lot of people want to see. All-consuming, I think this one... I'll put this in B tier, I think. I like all-consuming. I think it's well made. It's definitely fitting for the characters. But I'm just thinking about, like, what's going to be going in A tier and S tier. And, like, I just don't think this one, like, is as high up there for me as the others, right? Because a lot of this is also going to be, like, relative to each other. Just because I put a track in D tier, it doesn't mean I would give it, like, a D mark. It's more so just, like, the gaps that I perceive for the tracks and, like, relative to each other, right? So that's kind of how I see that. You Say Danger, Thunder Shroud, Ego Death, Teenage Morphin Ninja Power, yeah. A lot of good stuff. Not all of them are here, though. Again, this is just the ones that have been remastered, just so I can get, like, a smaller sample size. Strongest Alive, this one rocks. I love Strongest Alive. I think this... Move it over here. This one might be, like, the top... Can you do what I want you to do? Thank you. This one might be, like, the top of A tier, or, like, really close to the top. I love Strongest Alive. Again, another one that I feel like I can listen to all the time. Not as special to me as God's Hand, but I really enjoy this one. This one I think actually is Thunder Shroud. This one might honestly go in S as well. And I'm not sure which one I would put... Or would it go... Okay, no, if it's going in S, it's definitely going here. Should it go in S or A tier? That's tough, because I'm thinking back to my... I did make a video talking, like, that was showcasing my favorite tracks as of Season 8. But that's definitely inaccurate now. And this one ranked really well on that. But of course, by Season 8's time, like, only this one had come out of what we've ranked already. So it's either going... You know what? I'll put it in A tier for now, but I could see it going up to S tier, to be honest. It's an amazing track. Again, so many of these are so good. Discordant Decipher. So again, we have 2 Discordant Deciphers. We have one here, and where's that damn 4th Chaos Emerald? The other, it's here. It's right here. Okay. I'm only gonna rank one of them though. So for Discordant Decipher, again, this one is definitely an A tier because it's just that good. Someone said S tier. Should it be S tier? Honestly, no. For me, it's an A tier because I don't listen to it as much as some of the other ones. Even some of the ones I've already ranked, I don't listen to it as much. But it is really good. Discordant Decipher, I think I would probably place here. I think that's a good spot for it. Now we have 2 supers in a row. This one's S. This one is like you cannot make a more perfect track for this matchup, in my opinion. Personally, so excited for Hulk vs. Godzilla. The first preview got me chills, so I can't wait for the full package. I have not seen basically anything that's coming in the full package because I don't want to ruin my reactions, but that's great. I'm really happy for that. Not gonna lie, I don't feel like Discordant Decipher matches the characters who are fighting. I think it leans more Discord. Interesting, okay. Yeah, if you're really into the matchup and you have, like, very specific expectations, then yeah, that can definitely change your perception of a track for sure. But I still really enjoy the track just as it is. So I guess I'll just put you guys at the end then. So you and... Why is it so hard to find you? So yeah, these 2, like, if I just scroll, these 2, I'm not going to rank because they're just the same to me. I'm not looking at, like, the specific remastered versions, just like the track as a whole. Princes of Pride. This one is good. I think this one I would put, like, either the bottom of A tier or, like, the top of B tier. I think A tier is right for it. There was a time I used to listen to this a lot more than I do now, but it's still a really good track. What is the song playing right now? I actually can't hear the music. If I go here... Oh, that's Dragon Dance, which is actually one of them that we're going to be getting to right over here. I can't hear the music because otherwise I would have to be wearing headphones and it would distract me at least because I'd be hearing the music the whole time while I was playing, like in my headphones. But then I'd also, like, I feel like it'd be distracting to you guys too, just watching me with the headphones all the time. We also have Diabolical Invincible Me. I'm going to be honest with this one. I think Solid State Invincible made me like this one less. I'm not gonna lie, because not to say this one doesn't have the intensity, but it doesn't have the energy that Solid State Invincible has. If I ever have the choice between listening to one or the other, I will always choose Solid State Invincible. That's just me personally. And now, like, listening back to this one, it does feel a little strange, just because I'm so used to it otherwise. It's still good, though. It's still a well-made track. I think before I would have put it in A tier, now I'm going to put it in B tier. Still a really well-made track, though. Again, very fitting for the characters. Feels like something that you could find in, like, an Invincible soundtrack. Kind of like how You Say Danger feels like something you could find in, like, a Spider-Verse soundtrack. That's really how faithful it is. What the heck is this one? Oh, this is 100%. Some of these track covers I do not recognize, but I just read it down here. Okay, 100%. Solid State is much better than Diabolical. I mean, yeah. Well, I don't know if I go much better, but I definitely like it more. 100%. This one I think doesn't get enough love. I think I'm gonna put this at the top of B tier, actually. I don't think I can put it in A tier. To me, it's not on the same level as these guys, but I think I would put it here. This feels right. I think this is a very fun track to listen to. I think Mob versus Tatsumaki is honestly a pretty underrated episode as it is, but I would especially say that for the track. Just making sure there's not any like super chats coming in. I don't think so. Not trying to bait you guys into doing it. It's just like if there was one that came in, I should, you know, hear it. The super you ranked is the instrument. Oh, is it the instrumental version? Okay, fine. That's fair. I can swap it out then. What's the version of Discord and Decipher here then? Is there a different? There's got to be a difference between these two. Whatever. I'm gonna leave it as it is unless someone says otherwise. Now this is That's No Moon. That's No Moon is good. I think some people like it more than I do. I think usually I prefer Force and Lightning, to be honest. But That's No Moon, like it has a lot of good elements in it. This one I think is going at the top of B tier. Everything just goes to the top of B tier now. No, yeah, I think this one is good. Not as good as these guys, or at least I don't listen to it as much. But it is a very fitting track. I feel like B is like the fitting tier. Like, if I can tell that it's a well-made track for the characters, I'll put it here. But if it's nothing that, like, I really, really enjoy, like, I just don't think I can put it, you know, A tier. It was sad song. Yeah, no, very, very, very sad song. This one's Reverse Rosé. This one's going here, I think. This one used to be my favorite track. Nowadays, I would not say that, but I still listen to this track all the time. Goku Black vs. Reverse Flash, still one of my favorite episodes of all time. There's no way I couldn't put it up here. I think for a lot of people, I think most people would put like at least one or two of these above Reverse Rosé. So I think a lot of people are going to disagree with this choice, but I still love it. It has that energy you cannot get out of all the tracks. I'm just saying Omni State Scouter would have been a way better name. That's a fun name. Yeah. This one, okay, this is so hard to read. I'm pretty sure this one is Fireborn. And this one, that could be an S. It's either going at the bottom of S or the top of A. I think it's not as personal to me as a lot of the other ones that are in S. But I think it should go in S. I think it really is that good. Gotta go, Raptor, but I love your stuff. Good luck on the rest of this. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate it. Anyone who can stop by for any length of time, I appreciate it so much. Nothing has gone into C or D yet, although I think we're gonna get there. I think there are some that are definitely going in there. I absolutely freaking love Fireborn. It's an epic track, captures the essence of both Dark Souls and Skyrim, plus the lyrics. Yeah, the choir, like, if you told me earlier that, like, oh yeah, there's a Death Battle fan choir that's going to be in the track, I would have been like, ugh, I don't know how that's going to turn out, but it actually turned out amazing. So yeah, no, it's one of, I think on a technical level, it is one of the best made tracks, or one of my favorite tracks. No lie, I wish they did more instrumentals in their fights. The characters talking and hearing the song vocals can be a bit distracting. I can understand that. I think there was a time in Season 10 where they did, like, I think it was like 5 vocal tracks in a row. I think they do tend to prioritize vocal tracks now. So that just depends on whether or not you'll like that. Inhuman's pretty fun. I don't know where I would place it. It's either A or B, but Inhuman is fun. Do I like it more than Princes of Pride? I definitely listen to it more than Princes of Pride. You know what? Yeah, I think that's where it should go. I think it should go right here. Again, a lot of this stuff is going to be higher to the top, but that's just because I really enjoy the music. Like, it really lines up with my music preferences. This live stream sucks ass. Where's Oscar? There's another stream with Oscar in it, Joel. You can go find it. It's the Blazing 8 stream. Reverse Flash unironically has the best Flash episode. I mean, yeah, but I don't know if I'd say by far, because, well, I guess for me personally, if I was, like, ranking all of them, it might be by far, because, like, I definitely would rank it probably a lot higher than, like, Flash vs. Sonic, but Flash vs. Sonic is also well made. What character do you think should have been on Death Battle by now? Probably Spock. And I would say Luffy if it wasn't for the fact that, like, everyone just wants to wait for him, but just from how iconic he is, from that perspective. What else we got? Now we have... this is... I know what the track is, I can't remember the name. Final Formers, that's it. Final Formers. Yeah, this one, again, this one I think is kind of similar to That's No Moon in that I think more people like it than I do, but I think this is still in A tier. I think I'd probably put it... I'd probably put it here. I could maybe see flipping these two. That's tough. Yeah, I'll keep it here for now. I personally go with Loki. Okay, yeah, fair enough. We love seeing Raptor vibe to music and fights. I mean, yeah, no, it's great. Hedge of Tomorrow. Hedge of Tomorrow I see as, like, on a very similar level as, like, Strongest Alive, Thunder Shroud. Like, I think on a technical level, honestly, all of the audio, like the sound design and the music in Trunks vs. Silver is so good. It is still some of the best sound design to this day in Death Battle history. And I say that as, like, you know, an audio student in university. I think it's amazing. But as far as where to rank it, I think I'm probably... If I put it in S, it's at the bottom of S. I think I'll put it at the bottom of S. Yeah. I think it really is just that good. Especially like Logan Adams on the track. Yeah, sounds great. I guess theoretically maybe I'll bump it down to A, but like I think for now I'll put it in S. Yeah, so someone said Hedge of Tomorrow is high A in my opinion. If not S. Wait, Hedge of Tomorrow is playing right now? Is that right? Well, this is Fallen Gods. Or, I don't know how late it's coming out to you guys. I don't know. Well, either way, I can't hear the music, so you can tell me... oh, it ended right now. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, I can't hear the music. We're now on to Fallen Gods. One that's not on this list, but I also quite like. Out of all the confirmed matchups, which is the least interesting one to you? Out of, like, what's coming up now? Well, there's only, like, 5 or so of them left. I guess Aang versus Traveler. That one just doesn't appeal to me as much as the others, I guess I would say. Yeah, recently ended. Okay, fair enough. Now we have... what is it? Dragon Dance? Is You Say Danger here? No, it's not. This is just the stuff that's been remastered. Again, I didn't choose it just because of that. I just wanted a smaller sample size to work with. Because if I were doing all the tracks, that would take way too long. Let me get a drink of water, actually, while I think about where to put Dragon Dance. I do think You Say Danger is really fun to listen to. I also think that I like the other Deku and Asta tracks. Not Deku and Asta, Deku and Miles tracks better. Like Strongest Alive and oh, what was it? What? This is embarrassing. What's Up Danger, that one. $2. Thank you so much for the super chat. You think Bugs versus Mickey will be number 200 or RWBY versus Maka? I don't think it's going to be Bugs versus Mickey. I don't think they would do that one so close to Wily versus Tom. RWBY versus Maka I could see. And there was a video I made which was like, what's going to be episode 200 of Death Battle? This was well before we knew that like Rooster Teeth was shutting down and all that. My top pick was RWBY versus Maka, and then it was revealed to be Ash versus Yugi, but now it looks like it's not going to be Ash versus Yugi. So my prediction could actually still be correct. I guess for right now I will still say I think RWBY versus Maka, but like I think if it's going to be one of the confirmed matchups, it's going to be RWBY versus Maka. Either that or something they haven't told us about. Bye, thank you for the stream. Hope you get to 11K. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you for stopping by. Dragon Dance is such a good track. It just vibes with a heroic inspiration, the same ballpark as Super or Mighty. Absolutely. Yeah, the tone, they got that nailed. Also, Torok, thank you so much for showing up. I think this one, again, like it's very clearly like an A tier. I think I'd probably put this over here. Nestled between Strongest Alive and Discord and Decipher. I think that's fair. RWBY versus Maka would make sense. Yeah, exactly. Like the whole Monty Oum stuff. Like it does make the most sense in my opinion, but then again, I also thought Galactus versus Unicron made the most sense for the season 8 finale. So they're not always going to go with what's most predictable. They're not always going to go with what necessarily we feel makes the most sense. Yeah, it's a safe bet, but we don't know that much. What's Up Danger is Miles versus Static. Yeah, exactly. Like I like What's Up Danger and Strongest Alive, like Miles and Deku's previous tracks, more than You Say Danger. But I still like You Say Danger. To someone who said like it was underrated, I would probably agree. But that just goes to show how much I like the tracks. I realize now, like at the end, we're getting into all the tracks that I'm probably gonna rank like lower. Okay, I know I said Dragon Dance was on the same ballpark as but Mighty is an S tier. Okay, this is gonna be a bit of a hot take. I love Mighty, but I think I kind of like Strongest Alive a little more. And I know that's weird, but like I like listening to it more. To be fair, I did not get into Mighty until like way later. Like I was listening to Strongest Alive when I wasn't like listening to Mighty like much at all. I probably heard it like once or twice before. Since then I have been enlightened to Mighty, but I don't know if I'd say I like it more than Strongest Alive though. Dang, no Hearts of Light or Chaos Unraveled. Yeah, those would be cool ones to rank. But again, this is just the easiest sample size that I could get. But you know what? Just so that I don't offend you guys anymore, I'll just put it right next to it, okay? It's fair. Strongest Alive is a pretty solid successor to it. Yeah, like, they're both great. They're both great to listen to. If you're feeling for more of like a lighthearted thing, then yeah, Mighty is great. But if you're feeling like you want to take on the world, then Strongest Alive, you know? Again, a lot of this I listen to before I go to bed. Probably shouldn't be doing that. But it feels good. Next one, this is a Full Course Will, right? This is Sanji versus Rock Lee. This one I think is a C. Not that it's bad. I think it does fit the animation well. But this is like one of those tracks where it's very clearly like the purpose is mostly to fit the animation. They're not going like above and beyond and like what sounds good to listen to on its own. Whereas a lot of the stuff here does, right? So this one, like I think just by default, it kind of just winds up here. Does that make sense? I don't know. I think that's how I kind of judge it. Blood Moon, that's a pretty fun one. Again, kind of like what was it? Was it Princess of Pride? For one of them, I said that I used to listen to it a lot more. Blood Moon is fun. I think I'd probably put this. It's gonna go like either first or second of B tier. I think I'll probably go first because overall I have listened to it more, and I could see myself like getting back into it eventually. Like if I just listen to it randomly, I could be like, oh yeah, that sounds great. Will, thanks for the tip. Wait, wrong battle. No, Emerald Heroes is not on here. Lost Ice Storms. This one I actually think sounds kind of nice. It is a pretty unmemorable track, but I think it does fit well with the track. I think I'm actually gonna put it in C for now, as opposed to like D. Because because it has actually kind of stuck in my head a little bit. I do think it sounds pretty nice. If Gray from Fairy Tail were to come back, who would you want him to fight against? Gray from Fairy Tail. I'd prefer Natsu to come back, honestly, not Gray. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like you can kind of get locked into like a trap with these like elemental characters, because especially with like fighting games and like fighting game elemental characters, you just kind of get locked into, oh well, they have to fight someone with the same element, and like that's the main thing you look at, right? I think it'd be cool if Gray did come back, but like I'd want him to fight like a really fitting opponent, as opposed to it just being like, oh, it has ice, therefore it needs to happen, you know? Sup, Gribble Grape, how you doing? Lost Ice Storm is an ironically fantastic track. I personally, okay, that's great. Okay, so I'm not putting it higher than C, but at least we can kind of agree with that. That's pretty cool. I wouldn't say it's like amazing, but it's not D tier. I would not put it on D tier. It is the best thing about Gray versus Esdeath, to be fair. Okay, so okay, there's more love for Lost Ice Storms than I imagined. Maybe I'll switch these two later if I feel like it. Unlocking Heaven, this one I'd say is probably D. I don't know. Now that I know a lot of people like Lost Ice Storms, I have no idea if this is an unpopular opinion, but like, again, to me, this is like baseline, like you do the track because you need a track and it needs to be somewhat fitting for the characters. To me, that's basically all it does. I don't think I've ever listened to this one like on its own, you know? You must be out of your mind. It's such a funny lyric to me. No, I get you. I totally get it. I will also say I could see Mickey Bugs happening early. We just had Marvel and My Hero Academia back-to-back. What's to say Looney Tunes? Yeah, no, it's definitely possible. Maybe I'm tinfoiling a little too much, because Miles versus Deku happening so quickly definitely threw me for a loop. Mickey versus Bugs is my most wanted death battle right now, guys. Like, I would really, really enjoy that. I really have to try to make sure, like, I separate what I like versus, or what I want versus what I think is going to happen, because I feel like not everybody does that. Why the ice theme episodes are below okay? I don't know, it's just the way it happens, I guess. Reverse Rosé remake in S. Again, it's not necessarily has to be the remake, it's just I wanted a smaller sample size. Marvelous. Again, this is one I really haven't listened to on its own. I think I'd probably put it here. It does not stand out to me at all. Again, it's from that era where they make the track because they have to make the track, right? And there's not much else. There's not much else there, in my opinion. Now, Chorus of Carnage. This one is hard, actually. This one's tough to say. In my video where I was, again, the one I referenced earlier, I just realized I was supposed to go through this quickly. I did not go through this quickly. I'll try to rush through the other ones. In my favorite Death Battle Tracks video that came out like years and years ago, this one was on it. I would not put it on there anymore. Not just because like better stuff has come out since then, but I think, again, like I also don't listen to it as much anymore nowadays. This one is definitely like a B tier for me. Where in B tier? I think I would, I'll say here. I feel like these two I could kind of mix and match. But I'll put it in here for now. If you think Mickey vs. Bugs happens, do you think it'll be like a Yoda situation where it's a specific version, or do you think they may go composite for both? I think they're basically just going to include like either everything or whatever the hell they want. I don't think it's going to be like a specific version for that. I know the vocal tracks are the ones that get the most attention, but what are your favorite instrumental tracks? Ego Death is the one that stands out to me as like a really, really good instrumental track. Also Shonen Showdown, that's a really early one, but I actually quite like that one as well. I'm trying to think, like, what are some of the more recent vocal tracks or instrumental tracks? What instrumental tracks have come out, like, literally this year? I'm trying to remember. Because I think most of them have been... Oh, you could kind of call this a vocal track. There's only, like, a bit of vocals in it. Well, I guess there is, like, the choir stuff, but, like, I don't really think of, oh, what's it called? This is so embarrassing when I can't remember what it's called. Halo to Hell. That one, I do not, like, I don't think of that as much of a vocal track. Like, it doesn't really have as many lyrics. If you call it a vocal track, I guess it doesn't really count, but I really like that one. But I think Ego Death is the main one. Yeah, thank you, Halo to Hell, yeah. Wild Tomfoolery, that one's fine. Again, it's very fitting for the characters. It is mostly sound effects, though. Like, that's one where you really, like, it sounds better when you watch the animation with it. But I think, yeah, Ego Death, and if you count it, Halo to Hell. And also Shonen Showdown. Probably some other ones I just can't think of right now. A Strange Fate. This one, yeah, again, very similar. I don't really have any strong feelings about this one. Not to say I would give this one, like, a D grade. Again, like, I think, you know, on a technical level, like, it's definitely... It's a well-produced song. It's just... You know, this is the competition, right? It's just not up there. Stronger Together. This one, I don't know. I have a feeling people probably like this one more than I imagine. But this is another one that just kind of doesn't stand out to me as much. I think I'd probably put it at, like, the top of C tier. I don't have a strong attachment to this one. I remember what it sounds like, and it sounds fun, but like in the same way that, like, Full Course Will sounds fun. Like, I just think it doesn't stack up to the rest of them. I love Hearts of Light. Yeah, no, I like Hearts of Light as well. Mad Laugh Riot. I still really like Mad Laugh Riot. This is still a track that I think deserves its attention. Where would I put it? Would I put it under Hollow Dream? I think I'd put it above Inhuman. Would I put it above or below Hollow Dreams? I think I'll put it below Hollow Dreams, but I could see these two changing. But I really, really enjoy Mad Laugh Riot. To me, like, that is still probably my favorite. Not to say that Harley vs. Jinx doesn't have any other good qualities. It definitely does. But the track is so good that it's probably my favorite thing to come out of it still. This one, oh crap. Okay, I need to start, like, remembering these track names. Wings of Iron, that's what it is. Wings of Iron is sick. This one is... It's definitely somewhere in A tier. Again, this one's kind of like Mighty, where I didn't get into it until, like, somewhat more recently. But Wings of Iron, I feel like I could just listen to it any time, you know? It really is that fun. I think I'll put it here. Do I put it below, do I put it below Dragon Dance? I'll come back to that. I'll put it here right now. The one with the Among Us cover art. You might be replying to someone else. I'm not sure about that. Oh, and that's everything. Okay, these two are just the other ones. Okay. So let me go back and look at everything again. So, yes, yeah, I think that's all correct. I think I'll move you up to S tier, actually. You are still very good. And do I move you two up to S tier? I'm trying to think, like, do these two fit more with you guys or you guys? You know what? Screw it, yeah. Why not? I'll put you guys up to S tier. I'm not trying to do it just to, like, even things out more. I think, like, if I'm trying to be fair, like, yes, I think these guys belong more on the same level. I think these guys belong more on this level. I think that's fine. Sorry, I'm just taking a look at the chat. I'd say they fit in S tier, yeah. Is there a character you would want to see in Death Battle, but you don't have any matchups you like for them? Spock. That's the big one. Before I would have said Beast Boy. Now I have, like, one or two ideas for him. Also, like, Tasmanian Devil. Does he have any matchups? I'd like to see him. What's the order in the S tier? Like, this is how I would, like, rank them one by one. But don't read too much into that, because that can change, like, within days. But, like, if I'm just doing it right now, that's how I order it. So, okay, you guys are all in S. That's fine. Yeah, I'm just making sure the order's correct. I'm not sure about you two. You two I feel like could be the same. Like, either which way. I think, yeah, you make sense to be above. You make sense to be below. Okay, that's good. Yep. Blood Moon versus That's No Moon. Which moon do I like more? I listen to this one more. I think I have to be fair. We got that one. We got that one. 100%. Before I would have put you higher, not as much. I still like All-Consuming, just not as much as these guys. I might, you know what? Yeah, I'll put you one above. I think that's fine. And you guys, these all are really interchangeable, I think. Any of them, I think, could be at the bottom. And then one last check. I'll leave it at this. That's okay. But I think they're basically tied. Taz versus Crash Bandicoot. Well, Crash seems to have so many opponents now. I feel like if they were to do Crash, he would fight someone else. Like, whether it's Rayman or Donkey Kong, I don't see him fighting Taz. Especially, you know, with how Looney Tunes craziness works. Thank you for moving Thundershroud up to S tier. Yeah, no problem, dude. Taz versus Animal. Do you mean Animal from like the Muppets? Or a different animal? All-Consuming is mid, in my opinion. I love Marvel vs. Transformers. Well, is this what we call the mid-tier? I don't know. These tracks I still think are all well made. It's just they're not as good as the rest of the stuff, right? As a fellow Buffy fan, what do you think of Buffy returning for a revival series? As a fan, I'm excited, but I'm also apprehensive at the same time. Yeah, that's basically the same for me. I think it's a very easy revival to mess up, but it could also be well made. Unfortunately, I do think some of the good stuff from Buffy... Okay, this is something that I realized when I was watching the iCarly revival. Dan Schneider is not a good person. Joss Whedon is not a good person. But I kind of hate to say that they did help make the show really good. Like, unfortunately, the fact of the matter is, like, they did have a big hand in making it what it was. And I honestly think that the iCarly revival is not nearly as good as the original series, and I wouldn't be surprised if it's because of Dan Schneider not being there anymore. I don't like saying that, but I wouldn't be surprised if that was the truth. So I could see something similar happening with Buffy with Joss Whedon no longer being attached. But we'll have to wait and see. It could also be amazing. I'm gonna watch it no matter what. I just hope it's good. Crash Bandicoot versus Rayman based Rayman W. Okay, that's fun. Okay, I think this is it. I think this is how I would leave this. This took way too long. I did not expect this to take so long. I thought I was gonna blaze through this. I did not. I think now we have to move on to the big one. So, the big one is my own, and again, we have another ad. I'm not getting paid for any of these, by the way. So this is a big one. This is a really big tier list. This is definitely the last one we're doing, okay? 100% last one we're doing. And we're gonna do it very similarly to the one that we did in, like 2 streams ago when we did the champion events. Like, a lot of the tiers are very similar. There are 2 new tiers that I've added, one of which is already happened, because I think last time I tried to do it based on like the matchup and not the episode and trying to like separate those 2 ideas, and I don't know if it really worked the best. And at the bottom, close to the bottom, between Take It or Leave It and Don't Want to See It, we have Should Be a DBX. So that's kind of a thing where it's like, I don't think it works as a death battle, but as a DBX, I wouldn't mind it, right? And then Don't Want to See It is even below that, where it's like, I just don't think it works at all. Yeah, oh boy, here we go, exactly. This is one where I think I'm actually gonna have to like bulldoze through it. And then afterwards we can just hang out, right? Like I can just talk to you guys, because I don't mind doing that. So yeah, already happened. We have top 10, top 30, top 50. So again, this is all like in my top 50 most wanted death battles, because again, there's a decent amount of them that fit in there. Really like it, interested. Oh, sorry, interested, Take It or Leave It. And then Should Be a DBX, Don't Want to See It. So you guys will catch on. If you've seen the other stream, then it might be a little, you know, you guys will know, but you'll be able to pick up on it anyway. I miss DBX too, yeah. I wouldn't be surprised though if the reason why Death Battle's so good now is because they stopped DBX. And if that's the truth, then I can't confirm that, but if that is the truth, I would really like them to I would really like them to make sure they can still do Death Battle at the quality that they're doing it, you know, while being able to do DBX as well. All cool lowering the chat time. 1 minute too long, in my opinion. Well, thank you for the $2. The reason why I do 1 minute is because, again, I want to make sure that everybody is, you know, I'm not getting, like, overwhelmed with messages coming in, because I still want to, like, respond to messages. I could try lowering the time if enough people wanted that, but then it might be harder for me to, well, I might have to make my answers quicker to your questions, but then it might be more difficult for me to see individual things. I think I'll keep it on 1 for now, but like 1 minute, but if people wanted to change it, that's fine. But anyway, trying to bulldoze through this, because a lot of my opinions on these are going to be like similar to what we've seen before. So let's just get to it. So starting off, Kratos versus Asura. This one already happened, and the way that I'm going to be ordering these, I'm still going to be ordering them based on what matchups I like more, but it's just going to be in the already happened tier, right? Like, we don't need to do anything more than that. Sans versus Judge in the previous tier list, where I did the champion event matchups, I did put it in interested. I could see it potentially moving up to like it, but I'll keep it in interested for right now, because I would be interested in seeing what we do. K. Rool versus Blackbeard. This one's gotten a lot of hate lately. I've noticed a lot of people really don't like this matchup, and this one was actually in my top 50. I think my top 50 video, there are some things that would move up and down. It's not completely accurate. But I think, I don't want to say, you know, oh, it definitely wouldn't be in my top 50 anymore, right? Like, I feel like that's still an easier way for me to, like, order all of this, at least in this moment. I just don't have an issue with it like a lot of other people seem to do. The issues that people throw out for it, it just doesn't bother me, I guess. Like, I don't really see this as, like, a clash. I see it as a fun time. You know, like, I think the clash is what makes it fun. Like, they're very different pirates, you know? So, I think it'd be fun. It's either Blackbeard or Hook for King K. Rool. Yeah, I've seen people say Captain Hook. Are they referring to, like, literally just Captain Hook from the movies, or like Kingdom Hearts Captain Hook or something? I'm a little confused about that. Either way, just to make things quick, I will put this in top 50 because that's where it was before. I still think this matchup could be fun. I don't like King K. Rool versus Blackbeard, but at least it isn't King DDD. Okay, fair enough. Hellboy versus Nero. This was in my top 10. You guys already know that. Gandalf versus Dumbledore. I'm inclined to put this one in should be a DBX, but they've also done one-sided matchups before that are good. So I could see this one having the personality to make up for it. So I think I'll put this one and take it or leave it, because I still don't think necessarily that, like, a fight to the death is the most interesting way to compare these characters. I think you could compare them in other ways that are just make for more interesting discussions, right? But I think saying it should be a DBX is a little too harsh, because Death Battle has done one-sided fights before and they still turn out fine. So I think I'll put this one and just take it or leave it. Simone versus Kyle, that one already happened. I'm putting it above Kratos versus Asura. And again, this is not like which episodes I liked more. This is which matchups I like more between them. That's how I'm ordering them here, okay? Just to be completely transparent with that. Composite Santa versus Composite Dracula. I don't know. I'm not really a huge thing with compositing. Saying it should be a DBX completely, you know, misses the entire point because it's a composite thing. And I understand that these are the characters that have, like, so many different iterations, but I don't really like that that's the only connective tissue that they have. I think I'm not a huge fan of compositing, but I think if anything, it should still be a little more than just the nature of how they're composited. That's just not really up my alley. So this one I think is also a take it or leave it. I'm just not a huge fan of compositing, not in this way at least, you know, but that's just me. The Wall versus Egghead, I think? Yeah, I don't want to see this one. Even as a DBX, like, this one, like... I think even if Death Battle did, like, every other Marvel versus DC fight imaginable... Excuse me. If they did every other Marvel versus DC fight imaginable, they would not do this one. Like, I know it was a joke when it was suggested and upvoted, but, like, I'm taking this seriously, right? So this goes into don't want to see it. I think it needs a why before a how to make a good matchup. Very well said. Very, very well said. SS plus tier, yeah, for sure. Ness versus Sans. Well, this one was a DBX, so I guess I should put this one in should be a DBX. That's not to say that any matchup that was a DBX has to go in here. It's just I don't feel the need for this to be an episode, especially with Sans versus the Judge getting more popular. This one I think is fine as just being a DBX. I understand the whole Matt Pat thing. Like, I think this one got upvoted for the Versus matchup review series because Matt Pat was retiring, and that's really cool. But looking at this in just a vacuum, yeah, like this one is just fine as a DBX. Next up, we have Joker versus Giorno. I guess I like the matchup a little more than Kratos versus Asura. Again, matchup, not episode. Just making that clear. Is it because of game theory? Yeah, it was, yeah. So I'll put this one here. It already happened. Obviously, this one was in my top 10 death battles once upon a time ago. So, yeah, it's not going to beat that. But I think as a matchup, I do like it more than Kratos versus Asura. Next up, we have Henry Stickmin versus Second Coming. This one was also in my top 50. I don't know if I would still rank it below K-Rool versus Blackbeard, but again, that's how it was in the video, so just trying to keep things simple, that's how I'm doing it. Sausage versus Pepperoni. I don't know about this one. I guess theoretically I could see it being a fun DBX. Like if Death Battle just did something with it like they did with Goomba versus Koopa, where they just make it the most buck wild thing ever, that could be fun. I obviously don't want to see it as like an actual death battle. So I don't know. Should I put it as should be a DBX, or do I just say I don't want to see it at all? Like I'm not SSS plus tier. There we go. Pepperoni for the win. I like both of them, both pepperoni and sausage a lot. I think I have pepperoni more often just because of pizza. Sausage versus pepperoni, what? Top 10 for yeah, it already makes it. Okay, fine. You know what? I'll put it in should be a DBX. Why not? Maybe they could make something fun with it if they really had to. What's the song playing right now? That, my good sir, is Satsui no Sakai. Hope I'm pronouncing that right. That is the track from Akuma versus Shao Kahn. Next up, Ken Kaneki versus Eren Yeager. You guys know I love this one. This one's going here. That's my thumbnail that I made for the trailer. Most of the thumbnails here are the ones I've used in the videos, except unless it's like an official episode where I use that thumbnail, or like if I made it myself. Some of these I guess I already did make myself, but like this one I made for my trailer for Ken versus Eren, so I used that one. Yeah, no, I still love this matchup. Still really, really hope it happens. I don't know if it's guaranteed though, because I think Death Battle said that they may want to put Eren against more of like a mech type character, and I understand that that logic. This is just personally the one I want to see the most though. Next up, Springtrap versus Junko. So this is one that I don't think I can win with this one. I don't think I can put this in a spot that everyone's going to like. Honestly, though, I think I gotta put it in interested, man. Like, I understand people have, like, strong preferreds for Springtrap, and some people either really don't like this matchup or they really like it. For me, I'm kind of just interested in seeing how the hell Death Battle excuse me. Like, I'm drinking all this water, it's making me burp all the time. Especially when you're trying to, like, talk and, like, project and all that. Yeah, no, I'd just be interested in seeing how they do it, and I don't want Springtrap or Junko to fight someone else so badly that I would put it in, like, don't want to see it or anything. Like, I don't really have another preferred opponent. I personally prefer Chucky. Yeah, I've heard Chucky versus Springtrap. I've heard Bendy versus Springtrap. That's a big one. Oh, no, you're seeing SpongeBob versus Gumball already, yeah. Unironically really like this one. Okay, fair enough. For me, yeah, it's literally just interested. And it's more than take it or leave it, I think, because if they did it, there would be some excitement for me if they did this, but not so much that I can put it higher. Rick versus Bender. I think this one is a take it or leave it for me. I think I'd put it there because I think if Rick were to come back, you can do it in a more interesting way. Not so much necessarily that, you know, I don't want to see it at all. Like, if it happened to be like, oh, okay, it's happening. That's the way they bring Rick back. I think there are more interesting ways to bring Rick back, though. So I think it just goes and take it or leave it. Ego versus Mogo. Hell yeah. Yeah, I don't think I can put it in really like it because I don't think I can say for sure that Death Battle would 100% do it well. Like, I could see it kind of falling flat on its face if it's not handled in the right way. But if it is handled in the right way, that could be a lot of fun. Again, I talked about this in the versus matchup review video, but the fact that these characters, all things considered, are pretty minor, but they're so specific in their connections to the point where it had to catch on in this community is beautiful to me. With so many Marvel versus DC fights, this one still managed to catch on. So, you know, that's awesome. Ego Mogo would be cool, an interesting concept behind it. Oh yeah, the analyses could be really, really cool. Perry versus Skipper, I think actually this one was like number 11 on my top 50, but with, what was it, with Ghost Rider versus Spawn happening, this one technically would be moved up to my top 10. So I think it just makes sense to place it there, because at least I know exactly where that would go. Again, not moving things around otherwise, right? So yeah, I would put that in top 10. I'm still trying to blaze through these, not doing a very good job at it. Spider-Ham versus Rabid Mario. To me, this screams like DBX. I think maybe I'll put it here, because it still could be funny, but to me, this screams like a DBX. Like, people look at it and they're like, oh yeah, that's funny. I don't know if I need to see it become an actual death battle, though. I think I'd honestly be more excited for it if it was a DBX. Hiccup and Toothless versus Hero and Baymax. That one, I was going to say that one probably is the highest one on this tier, but I think Mickey versus Bugs is also here, so that'll be higher when we get there. But yeah, obviously, this one's in my top 10. You guys know this. Now we have Randy Cunningham versus Ladybug. My Ladybug matchup preferences have been kind of weird. Like, Spider-Man has gone up and down for me. Sometimes I think, oh yeah, that could be fun, but sometimes I'm like, I don't really love the matchup. That one's kind of gone up and down. But in a vacuum, Randy versus Ladybug, if this is the one they went with, I think that would be fun. I think I can say that I like this one. This one I think is like, even if Randy Cunningham is not as popular as Spider-Man, I think this is like a very safe, solid matchup for Ladybug. So I think it works. And I know Randy has like one or two other major opponents, but I think this would be fun. I think this would be cool if they did this one specifically. Next up, Puss in Boots versus Buck Wild. This one is hard because, kind of like Randy versus Ladybug, this is like one of like a few different ideas I could see working, but I specifically have a preferred for Puss, which is Mau Mau. I definitely would like Mau Mau more than Buck, but I still feel like if this is the one they did, I would not be that upset. Like, some people really like it. Like, some people that might be like your favorite matchup, and if they did this one instead, that would really upset you. I get that, but for me, it wouldn't upset me as much. So I think this, by definition, kind of has to go like at the bottom of like it, because it's the sense like I do have another preferred for Puss, but if they did this one, it would be fine. I'd be fine with it. I think I would still have a good time. I guess it's not the most fair, though, as a matchup. Maybe I'll bump this down to interested at some point, but I think for now I'll put it in like it. Next up, we have Chaos versus Kyogre. This one was top 50. I think it went in here. Pretty well all I need to say about that. This would be fun. Obviously, again, like, Pokemon versus Sonic the Hedgehog, like Mewtwo versus Shadow. If they were going to do this combination again without going back to that rematch, this is how I'd want to do it. Ain's Old Gown, I think that's how you pronounce it, versus Rimuru Tempest. To me, like, baseline, take it or leave it. I'm just not really invested in the characters. Yeah, we have some tiers missing. We don't have anything in top 30. We don't have anything in really like it yet, but I think we're definitely going to get there. There are so many goddamn matchups on this thing. So we're definitely going to get there. But yeah, I just do not really have a strong opinion about this. Even in the versus matchup review video, there wasn't much I could say about it. I'm just not, the most knowledgeable. So for me, it's like, yeah, if it happened, it'd be like, okay, well, I'm down because it's what's happening, but I don't have an opinion otherwise. Naruto versus Luffy. This one I think was here. Pretty sure it was here. I think it was like one spot above. Again, if you watch my other video, if you watch my top 50, you would know, like my other tier list video, or if you watch my top 50, you would know that. SpongeBob versus Gumball. I don't know if we need SpongeBob versus Gumball. Like, I guess it would be nice to give SpongeBob a more, like, unironic matchup. Like, one where he just doesn't completely destroy, you know, the competition. I've heard SpongeBob versus Popeye as well. That could be interesting. Yeah. I think I'll put it in interested, I think. I almost put it in take it or leave it, but like, if SpongeBob came back and if it was in this format, I don't think I'd have much to complain about. Other people who know Gumball, it seems like some people don't like this one, so maybe other people who like have a better idea of like, you know, Gumball or whatever, maybe they would, maybe they wouldn't like it. If SpongeBob has to come back, Popeye's right there. Yeah, I could see that. Honestly, I didn't like this matchup even before SpongeBob versus Aquaman. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, SpongeBob versus Aquaman definitely made me feel like this one didn't need to happen, but like, they could bring SpongeBob. Do I move this down to take it or leave it? I'll leave it here for now, and then we'll see. We'll see what happens after that. Ben 10. Ben 10! What the fuck is wrong with me? Greg Heffley, my god, versus Nate Wright. What the fuck was I looking at? This one, I don't want to see this one. I can't even say that this one should be a DBX, because to me, there's no analysis reason to do it, and there's no fight reason to do it. So just saying it as a DBX doesn't make sense to me. Like, to me, like, this is just, if you like this one, fine. But like, again, it goes back to what I said in my most recent video, my controversial opinions video, where it's like, if a character does not, like, if a character comes from a world that's based off of our own world and its physics, and there's no combative opponent, or combative opponent, then there's no reason to do it. You might as well be using regular people, right? So, yeah. It should really just be a rap battle, exactly, yeah. Or compare them in other ways, if you want to do that. Just a fight to the death is not always the best way to compare characters that you can make comparisons between. Some people, I think they get... someone actually put this really well in my controversial opinions comment section, which is that some people get a little too caught up in the crossover aspect of Death Battle, so much to the point where they kind of ignore all the other aspects of Death Battle, those being the aspects that actually make it a Death Battle, right? So, yeah. Ben 10 versus Big Nate, baby. That was a Freudian slip and a half. Yeah. I'm so sorry, guys. Look, I might dehydrated. I need some water. It's definitely really hot in this room. I feel like I'm sweating a lot. Everything's getting to me. Ben 10 versus Mordecai and Rigby. No, I'm kidding. Finn and Jake versus Mordecai and Rigby. This one is also in my top 50. Where was it in my top 50? I think it was here. I think, or was it higher? No, it was here. I'm pretty sure it was here. Yeah, Finn and Jake versus Mordecai and Rigby rocks. If it doesn't happen at some point, I think that's just a waste. Bendy versus Cuphead. Yeah, this one's fallen out of favor for a lot of people. And I was never like huge on it, but I can understand why some people don't like it. The thing is though, like, and this is the reason why I'm not super against legacy ideas in general, because a lot of people are saying like, oh, like this matchup needs to have like pages and pages of connections. To me, that's kind of like missing the point of the connections aspect of a death battle. To me, the reason why the connection should be there is to immediately tell the viewer why the characters are fighting. Like, if you need to explain it to somebody, that doesn't really work, in my opinion. Like, I think the connections need to be so obvious that you understand why the characters are being paired together right off the bat. And to me, Legacy is kind of just like another version of that. Like, they might not have the best connections, but you look at the matchup and you're like, I get it. I get why those characters are being paired together. That's why I don't hate Legacy ideas, because to me, it does that job just as well as quote-unquote obvious connections, right? So for me, like, I think I'm gonna put this one in interested. Again, kind of like closer to the bottom of interested. But like, I feel like I can't... Sorry, something just froze on me for a second. I thought we got cut off again. I think we're good. Anyway, yeah, closer to the bottom of interested because I could see people's frustration with it. But I think if you can look at a matchup and you can immediately say, I get why those characters are fighting, then that's fine. There's no problem with that, even if it is based on legacy, you know? Alistair versus Black Hat, what kind of overkill here? Bendy versus Cuphead is okay, but Ms. Chalice versus Alice Angel is right there. Okay. Well, that's not on this tier list. Again, this is just based on my versus matchup review videos. But again, like, it's the kind of thing, especially after the DBX, like, I'd be interested in seeing how they do this as a death battle. Now, Alistair versus Black Hat. This is one where I don't know. Because I kind of want to use the same logic as this one, where it's like, you know, they've done one-sided matchups really well before, and honestly, this one has the personality to be good in that way. Like, it could be a really fun death battle production. The problem is, though, like, there are other more fit, at least for Black Hat, there are other more fitting matchups. I've heard a lot of people say that with Alistair, he just doesn't really have any fair matchups, which wouldn't surprise me. He is a relatively newer character. So, I don't know. I feel like I'm kind of interested in seeing like how Death Battle would go about it, but at the same time, like, again, I think it's very similar to Gandalf versus Dumbledore to me. But I think I'd be more interested in seeing that than Gandalf versus Dumbledore. In fact, I think Rick versus Doctor should be higher. I think this is more accurate. Because this one is more like just take it or leave it, but I don't really have a good reason for it. It's more like I think Rick could work better in other matchups. For these two, it's like I have more of a solid reason. So I think I'll put it there. Thundershroud in the background, great, I can't hear it, but hopefully you jam out to it. Old Man Logan versus Last Ronin, this one is very easy top 10. I still really want this one to happen. If it doesn't happen like in favor of like a regular Mikey matchup, I can't say I would be totally surprised, but out of the potential matchups for him in any capacity, I just think this is the best. Certainly my favorite. Dr. Doofenshmirtz versus Mr. Crocker. Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of this one, to be honest. I think if you really want to put Crocker in a matchup, in like a 1v1 matchup, I think Doof works best for him. Probably. Doof, though, I think has other choices and ones that could work better. So I think interested is a little too high. I don't know if I say should, because if it was a death battle, it could be fun. It's not one where it's like, oh no, yeah, it's gotta be a DBX. So I think it is somewhere in Take It or Leave It. I think I'll put it higher in Take It or Leave It because I do still like the characters. It's one of those weird cases where I really do like the characters, but I just don't think the combination's the most interesting to me. $10, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. Just spreading the word that the creator of Villainous Black Hat confirmed he's totally fine helping Death Battle with an episode if they'd ask him. I'd love to see that happen. That would be so cool. That would actually be great. Thank you so much for the $10, by the way. I appreciate that a lot. Next up, we have Captain Jack Sparrow versus Dr. Henry Indiana Jones. This is another one I think I would put in Like It. I don't know where, though. We haven't put anything in Really Like It yet, and nothing in top 30, but I know for top 30 we're going to get there. For Really Like It, we'll have to see. The thing is, I don't see Captain Jack Sparrow versus Indiana Jones as like a really like obvious match made in heaven, but it does work. Like, it could definitely be fun. I think I'm going to put this... You know what? I'll put it at the top of Like It. I think that's fine. Because I think, yeah, I would still be more interested in this. Because I think, like, right now, these are still probably the two characters I'd like to see the most against each other. Whereas with, like, Randy versus Ladybug, I could see it going up or down. Well, maybe... Again, we're going to review all of this by the end of it to see if there are any changes I want to make, okay? We'll make sure of that. Pete the Cat versus Bluto. This is another one that I certainly like. This one, I think... Should I put it in here? Now, I'll put it here. I'll put it one above Ego versus Mogo. The thing is, the cartoon division is so stacked as it is with how many combatants you can have and how many matchups you can make. To the point where it's like, I recognize that Pete versus Bluto is a very fitting matchup for both of them. There are just other cartoon matchups I am going to want to see more than it. You know what I mean? But I still like it. I still think it works really well. Now we have this one. I think Sarge versus Soldier was in my top 50. Yeah. This one goes right here. I don't necessarily want it like to finish like the Boomstick's dad stuff necessarily. I mostly just want it because I think it'd be a fun time. I think the clash of humor that these series bring and could like bounce off of each other, I think it could really make for one of the funniest episodes we've ever seen. So I would really like to see that one. Freddy Krueger versus Pennywise. Finally, we have something in the top 30. This one I think was like number 21, 22, somewhere around there. Yeah, obviously this one rocks. I don't know if it... Are we getting a Halloween episode this season? I don't know, because, you know, it seems obvious now that Death Battle is just releasing episodes when they're finished, which is weird. Because, like, it kind of just means, like, so the scheduling is kind of, like, thrown out the window. Are they still saving something for the Halloween episode? If it was the Halloween episode, that would be episode 101. But I could also see Ash versus Yugi potentially being 101. But I could also potentially see it being 102 because that would be November, and ad revenue tends to be pretty good like later in the year, like November, December, which would mean that 101, the Halloween episode, would be available. So what's it gonna be? I don't know. The fact that they're just releasing episodes when they come out makes me think that there might not be a Halloween episode this year unless they're specifically saving it for that. In which case, there could be a Halloween episode. Could be Freddy versus Pennywise, could be Mysterio versus Scarecrow, could be something completely... They said there might not be a Halloween... How do they say might not be? How do they know, or how do they not know whether or not there's gonna be one? That's the thing. It kind of worries me, like, how quickly these decisions are being made now, and like how, like, the episodes are still turning out well, but some of these decisions feel like they're being made like too close to when like they would have to be released, right? So I don't know. Hello, my favorite white man. Hello. Freddy versus Pennywise in my top 5. That's cool. What are your thoughts on Mickey versus Mario? Well, we do actually have a version of Mickey versus Mario coming up, so I'll save it for when we get to that, because I don't want to jump around too much. Rayman versus Klonoa. I've heard a lot of different opponents for Rayman. Rayman does not have a single opponent, like, because obviously you're not going to get a consensus like everyone's going to agree that character A is best for character B. But we don't even have like a front runner for Rayman, which makes me think that like people are ultimately just coming to those decisions, like who their preferred is, just based on just based on which characters they like more, like what vibes to them best, you know? So I don't really have much to say about this one, but I do think the visual potential on it could be really cool. So I'm inclined to put it in interested. Because if Rayman fights someone else, like, that's fine too. But I don't have an issue if he fights Klonoa. So I think from that perspective, I'll put it here. I think that's fine. Bowser versus Eggman. This one obviously goes... Oh, no. This one obviously goes here, if it will go there. There we go, yeah. Actually, right now, this is probably the list of, like, which episodes I like more. Like, I probably like this one more than this one, more than this one, more than this one. But again, this is just being ordered based on how well, like, I would have ranked them before becoming episodes. That's all it is. Dan TDM versus Stampy Longhead. I'm not a big fan of YouTubers on Death Battle, I gotta be honest. I'm not saying that because I don't think they can work. I'm not saying that because, like... you know, because I hate YouTubers or whatever. Like, I don't think I watch a lot of YouTube personalities anymore. So if it happened, it would be like, okay, like, it'd be cool to see how they do it, but like, I'm just not going to get anything out of the episode, right? So I think, but obviously being a DBX, I don't really think makes sense, because it'd be interesting to see like how they analyze the characters, or how do you refer to them as, like, people, like their personas, I guess? I don't know. I don't even know how this would work, right? So I think I'm going to have to put this in Take It or Leave It. I think I'll put it above the well, actually, composite and YouTubers are like, they're kind of similar for me in that like I'm just not huge on either one. Would I rather have composite or YouTubers? Honestly, I might rather have composite, to be honest. So I'll probably put this one at the bottom here. They're not going to do YouTubers on Death Battle. We know how Death Battle real. Well, the thing is, like, there are some where you can kind of be like, oh, they have like this persona on YouTube and they're analyzing that. Like they have like actual feats within like the logic of their videos, I suppose. So no, of course they wouldn't do like the literal people, but they do like the YouTube personas, I guess. But I'm still just not interested in it. AVGN versus Scott the Waz. Well, I've heard AVGN versus Nostalgia Critic. That's the one maybe I could kind of get behind. I could see that. I'm actually very fond of Rayman versus Klonoa. That's cool. This fight kind of feels like it exists just because main characters. I'm assuming you're talking about Rayman versus Klonoa. I could see that. I do think the visual potential, though, could be pretty cool. A YouTuber's character, you could call it. Yeah, that's pretty fair. Probably have to get permission. Yeah, I could see that. Ruby Rose is a VTuber now, so we technically are getting a YouTuber. Okay, great. YouTube's introduction. Awesome. Homer versus Peter. This one is also in top 30. I'm pretty sure it was above you. I think by like 1 or 2 spots. You guys know I love Homer versus Peter. Goose, like Untitled Goose Game versus I Am Bread. This is another one where I think it just makes more sense to be a DBX. I was talking about this in the video where it's like, maybe these characters have like some really impressive abilities, so to speak, but like I don't think a death battle can have the characters like acting differently from how they normally act or doing things that are crazier from what they normally do just because they want to make an entertaining fight out of it. Like, to me, a DBX can do that, like with Goomba versus Koopa. They had those characters doing things they've never done before, but it worked because it was a DBX. That's how I see this one. That if you really want to bring these characters onto the channel and you want to have them in like a really like balls to the wall crazy fight because that's what's more interesting to look at, then it has to be a DBX. Because a death battle is trying to be representative of what the characters are. Unless these characters are actually able to do stuff that are like, that is ridiculous and is like really fun to watch in a fight setting, then fine, someone can correct me on that, but to my knowledge, that's not really how they operate. DBX, yeah, though if you have to use Goose, I think, okay, so a different character for that, that's fair. It's a joke matchup, and I mean, to some people, you'd be surprised how many joke matchups are also like unironic matchups to others. Yeah, oh come on man, it's Peak, yeah, sorry bro. I think it works well with, I think it works well for DBX personally. I think it has to be more than just the crossover aspect. It has to be the death battle aspect, like the actual versus debating thing. Otherwise, you're just writing fan fiction, right? Like, go do that. $50? Who's donating $50? No! Okay, wait, hang on. Thank you so much. Holy hell. They are following a 4-week work schedule for each episode with 1 week of rest to allow for recovery and sponsorship, and just to address any additional work required for an episode. As for Halloween, it might happen, but I'm not sure. Dude, you can't... Okay, thank you for the information, thank you. You cannot donate $50. Am I able to, like, refund that? If I click? I don't think I can refund it. You guys should not be donating $50. If you want to donate, like, in small amounts, that's awesome. You should not be donating that much. I thank you so much for that, but that is so much. That is crazy. But thank you. If there was a way to refund it, like, I don't think I can... I don't want to spend too much time looking around, but I don't think there's a way to give it back. Thank you. Syndrome versus Titan. This is... I think this one I would put in really like it, actually. Above all of these guys, yeah. I don't know what the likelihood for this one happening is, because they're not that popular. Like, they might use other Incredibles characters. Obviously, we're getting Gru versus Megamind. These characters are basically just in, like, one movie each, right? But if they did decide to do it, that could be fun. I think you'd have to give, like, Syndrome the Omnidroid in order for it to, like, really work. But I think if you do that, that'd that could be a lot of fun. The analyses and the banter could be insane. So, like, I would say I really like this one. Here's a text donation. Jeez, you can't be donating that much. Raptor's biggest weakness, money. I mean, I like money. I don't need people to to give me that much outright. Again, I appreciate it so much. It's just it's not necessary. You can watch this. You don't have to donate at all to watch. It's all good. I do enjoy your content from time to time. Well, I'm happy that from time to time I can be a decent YouTuber. Thank you. Oh, this could be interesting, especially since there's been an Incredibles lore resurgence. Yeah. When there's going to be Incredibles 3, but I kind of feel like if they were to do something to commemorate Incredibles 3 when it eventually comes out, they would use one of the Incredibles. Unless they find this is truly like the most fitting matchup from the Incredibles world, in which case maybe they'll do it. But yeah, I'd really like to see this one. Next up, what is it? Agent Jones versus Rick. This one I'd actually be interested in. It's either going in interested or like it, because even though I'm not huge on Fortnite, I kind of do want to see it be on Death Battle. I kind of want to see how it looks on Death Battle, like how they analyze it, the craziness of it all. I kind of do want to see that. And I think this makes for a much more interesting matchup for Rick than, say, Rick versus Bender. So I think I'm actually going to put this at the bottom of like it. Because if they did this one, I'd actually be like, okay, like, this could be fun. This could be crazy. So I don't know if that's an unpopular opinion, but I think just for the sake of like getting Fortnite on the show and thinking about how Rick could come back, I think this is a great way to do both of those things. I'd just be really interested in seeing all that. What's Mr. Incredible's big matchup? I've heard like a few. Was it like a TF2 character he was being paired with? I honestly can't think of it off the top of my head, but I think he does. He has like one or two opponents that's been talked about from time to time. What else we got? Watch out, Raptor. You might get $100 next. No, again, please don't do that. Small amounts is fine. I will totally accept it. Maybe I shouldn't have enabled super chats. Mr. Incredible versus Thunderman. Oh, like the father from the Thunderman show? Heavy. Maybe it was Heavy. No, it wasn't Heavy. Maybe it wasn't a TF2 character then. Because that's not what I'm getting in my head right now. I'm not sure. Soldier 76. I think that might have been it. That's Overwatch, not TF2. Okay, I just got that wrong. Okay, fair enough. Next up is Juggernaut versus Archie Knuckles. That I probably would also put in really like it. This one I've kind of gone like back and forth on how much I like it. Sometimes I do think it is a little forced and kind of like manufactured by the Versus community just to like, you know, give an Archie character like a fitting matchup, you know. But it does still work on its own. Like, I think it's probably going to go in like the lower end of really like it. There was a time probably where I would have put it on the higher end. But I think like on the lower end of really like it when this thing is all filled out, I think that's going to be correct for me. Guts versus Claire. This one I think I'd probably put in like it because I think you need a good reason for... I feel like I'm repeating a lot of stuff that I said in my Versus Matchup Review videos, but I guess that makes sense. I feel like you really need a good reason to bring someone back for a second time, like for their third time to be on the show, right? And I don't know if that's there yet. Like, this has a lot of the same appeals that Guts versus Dimitri had, in my opinion. But do we just want Guts versus Dimitri again? I think assuming that this comes out, like, late enough, like it doesn't come out, like, super duper soon, I think I can put this one in like it. Really like it. I think maybe I could have put it in there if Guts versus Dimitri had not happened yet. But I probably still would have liked... I think even back then, I was more on the side of Guts versus Dimitri anyway. So I think like it is the proper place for it. I think I'd probably put that here. I think that's fair. Grinch versus Jack Skellington. Where the hell were you on the list? I think you were in... you're in the 20s somewhere. So you'd be down here. Yeah. I'm pretty sure that's where you would be. Okay, we're getting another one. This one was in my top 50. This one I think was one spot. No, not one spot. This one was above. It was above you, I'm pretty sure. Actually, I think it was above you too. If you will do what I say. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's correct. Because that one was like number 32 or something. Oh yeah, so there's nothing. Yeah, this one's definitely going to be at the top now that I think about it. Like, nothing else is going to be beating it. Because I'm pretty sure it was like number 32. And again, this is top 30. So the 31 I think was like Chaos versus Superhero Squad Dr. Doom. And 30 was Gwen Tennyson versus Adam Eve. What song is playing right now? I don't know if I'm too late. Right now it's Blood Moon. Guts versus Claire is one I would like to see. I'd like to see it if they wait long enough, I think. No matchup for Archie himself, yeah. I mean, there's like Pure Heart the Powerful, right? Like there is some interesting stuff with Archie. I feel like you'd have to rely on that stuff because again, I kind of see that as falling to like a similar vein as like Greg versus Nate. Where, like, does it really make sense for them to be in a fight setting? Is the physics based on our own world? Are they just a normal person? Like, they have no combative element? But if there is some stuff in, like, the Archie, like Riverdale, well, I don't want to say Riverdale specifically, but you know what I mean? Like, the Archie universe, like Archie himself, Archie Andrews, where you probably can lean on that stuff. Paper Mario versus Epic Mickey. So I said that I was going to talk about Mario versus Mickey as well. Mario versus Mickey, I get it. I understand why people like that. I will never like it more than Mickey versus Bugs. Maybe if Mickey versus Bugs happens and then like way down the line Mario versus Mickey, fine, I could see that. But I can never side with Mario versus Mickey. Even if I understand it, I can never side with it more than Mickey versus Bugs. This version, though, there are two things that I kind of think about with this. One is, can they make a comparison between, like, a 2D character and a 3D character really work? Because you could just say, oh, well, they'll just make Epic Mickey 2D. But then does that kind of, like, take away from his... I guess maybe if they do it, like, in a hand-drawn style, maybe that would be the easiest way to, like, stay true to both of, like, their game mechanics and how they look. Maybe they could do that. The other thing, though, is that, you know, Death Battle doesn't seem to think of, like, Paper Mario as separate from regular Mario, which I understand why, so they'd have to make, like, an exception for this one. Although I guess that's more of, like, the likelihood of this happening rather than, like, the specific, like, my opinions on it. I would also say that I like this one. Especially, like, if we wanted to do a Mario versus Mickey. Or would I like it, or would I say interested? I could go either way with that, actually. You know what? Yeah, I think I'll put it higher on the interested side. I think that makes more sense. Well, that's hard, actually. I could see it going in either one. I'll come back to it. Again, I'm going to review all of this at the end, so we will come back to it. This one is Steve from Minecraft versus Survivor from the Ark series, I think. This one, I'm not going to lie, I'm almost inclined... Oh, Paper Mario has gone 2D before, just that his body... has gone 3D before, just that his body is 2D. Yeah, although I kind of feel like a 2D would be easier to do anyway. Anyway, I'm sure they could figure it out if they really felt like... I think that's Oswald, not Mickey. No, it is Mickey. The filter makes it a little hard to see, but it is Mickey. Specifically from, you know, Epic Mickey, so it might look a little different. Steve versus Survivor, I'm not gonna lie, I'm almost inclined to put this one in should be a DBX, just because I think, regardless of what Steve matchup you go with, like if you want to go with Steve versus Emmett or Steve versus Terrarian, because I think either one of those is gonna happen before this one by light years. Like I don't think this one is likely at all, but I kind of feel like this one I don't think should take the place of either of those, but I kind of don't want this one to be like, you know, ruled out from the possibility of happening. Like that's what I kind of think DBX should do, right? So I'm kind of just thinking from that perspective. It's like you can have Steve fight one of his more popular opponents somewhere else. Sorry, you could have Steve fight his more popular opponents on Death Battle, but then have Steve fight someone else, like someone less popular, on DBX. So I'm actually inclined to put this one in should be a DBX, just for that reason alone. Where would I put it, though? I guess I'd... Yeah, lower than you. You were already a DBX, but I think you made a good DBX. I think I'll put you here. I think that's fair. Because take it or leave it, like, I definitely would not want to see this one over, like, some of Steve's other opponents. But putting in I don't want to see it, like, no, I think I could enjoy seeing it as a DBX specifically. Emmett should fight Jesse from Minecraft Story Mode. I mean, that's a big one, obviously. Goodbye. Have a magical day, every pony. Thank you so much for sticking around. I appreciate it. Next up, we have this one. This is going to be a hard one to place, actually, because even though... Okay, this kind of goes into a bigger discussion about how I view Light versus Columbo, and I'm going to be making a separate video on that when that eventually gets announced to happen next. I think as far as, like, a combative fight, like a literal fight, I think Light versus Walter works better than Light versus Columbo. I think there's a bit more of that in there. But I also don't think it's the best in that regard. Like, it feels more like a cat and mouse chase than anything else. Like, the fact they're doing Light versus Columbo as a bonus episode, I think is a really good thing. But I honestly wouldn't hate it if this was also a bonus episode, right? If they want to do it as an official episode, I guess maybe they could make it work, but they have to bend a lot of the rules anyway, to the point where I think, well, why not just do it as a bonus episode? So I'm not sure about this one, to be honest. I could put it in Interested. I feel like Interested is the right spot because by definition, it's like, I don't know how they would do it, but I'd be interested in seeing how they do it. And I don't think it should be a DBX, because again, I think if anything, the analysis part of this would be more interesting than the animation. So saying should be a DBX is kind of counterintuitive to that. I think I'll put Light versus Walter here. Well, should I put it below these? I'll keep it here for now. I think that's fine. What do you think of Walter White versus Tony Soprano? That's my preferred for Walt, to be honest. I mean, I guess they do kind of have some combative elements, so that could be interesting. I mean, like, if they did really want to bring Walter onto the show, I don't even think Light is a guarantee for him anymore now with Light versus Columbo, but I don't know. I don't think I know enough about the characters to know whether or not they have enough of a combative component for me to think that it makes sense for Death Battle. Both would try to kill each other, so the rule still applies. I think it goes a little further than that. I don't think that's the only requirement. But again, I'm going to talk more about that in my Light versus Columbo video, I think. In my opinion, Light versus Walter can happen as a death battle, but it can't be a 1v1. It's got to be a gang army fight. Interesting. Okay. Thank you so much for the $5. I really, really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I think I'll put it in Interested for now. I think that's really the best place I can put it. Omni-Man versus Bardock. As far as the matchup goes, I actually would probably put it here. I think I like Joker versus Giorno as an episode more than Omni-Man versus Bardock. But as far as, like, as I was getting excited for the matchups, like, Omni-Man versus Bardock, I would have put in really like it before. Joker versus Giorno probably would have been like it. So, you know, like, that's kind of how I'm looking at it. At least it's not Light versus Lelouch. I mean, he could fight a mech, I'm sure. Mysterio versus Scarecrow. This is in my top... Wait, sorry, I messed something up. Perry versus Skipper is not the one that got bumped up to top 10, because that one was number 12. I got it mixed up. I did 2 ahead. Mysterio versus Scarecrow is the one that got bumped up to top 10. I'm sure no one even noticed, but you know what? I want to correct that. So this one is like my number 11 now. That makes sense. So that one's in my top 30. Mysterio versus Scarecrow was number 11. Now it's in my top 10 since Ghost Rider versus Spawn happened. And I know we're going to get another example like that where technically something should be moved up based on the top 50 video. But we'll get to that when we get to that. Okay, yeah. So Mysterio versus Scarecrow is top 10. I think the frame count is dropping. Ah, that sucks. Let me take a look at everything again. I mean, it might only be dropping for a little bit. Nothing seems awful right now, but if other people are noticing things. Invincible is the absolute worst series for Death Battle, since they lowball and highballs for basically any character so varied. I mean, I can't I can't deny that it would be tough. That Invincible is kind of weird, but like from a consistency perspective. They do not prioritize consistency, especially with the Invincible War. It's clear that they don't really prioritize that. And I'm not saying they should, it just makes it more annoying from a versus perspective. Okay. Next one, Dr. Evil versus Dark Helmet. I like this one. I can't deny. I think it would probably go at the bottom, but I actually think this one would be fun. It's a matchup that exists to be silly, but I think as far as those matchups go, this one actually appeals to me quite a bit. I would like to see Death Battle do this and see how they handle it. What are your thoughts on Raido versus John Constantine, my most wanted matchup for years? I'm actually not going to answer that because that's going to be in my next versus matchup review video. To be clear, yeah, like these obviously come from like the polls that have been done on that then get chosen for versus matchup review videos, but I'm only doing the ones in the videos so far, not the ones that are coming up. But Constantine versus Raido is going to be in the next one, so you'll see my opinions on that there. Why have billions when you could have millions? Yeah, exactly. Next up, Dr. Manhattan versus Richard Nixon. This is tough because I don't think even I fully comprehend like exactly what the fight would be like. Like, I understand some people are saying like, oh, analog horror can't work on Death Battle, SCP can't work on Death Battle, and I'm kind of tired of that blanket statement because, like, I just don't think you can say that for every single character from those franchises. I think there's a reason why this one has gotten popular. Yeah, I'd probably put this one in like it. I think I still do like it. I don't think I'd put it in really like it though. I think, if anything, I'd probably put it. I could put it here. That's, you know what? Yeah, I'll leave it there. I think that's the right spot for it. Could have gone into really like it maybe if I was in the right mood, but I think I'll put it in like it. But like, I wouldn't be surprised if someone comes out and says, oh, well, this matchup actually can't work on the show because this is the way the character operates or whatever. But like, I don't know. I think we don't want to go too far with that, right? I think if they really wanted to make this into a fight, they could. Next up, so I'm just making sure the chat, everything seems good in the chat. Gotta go enjoy the stream. Thank you for stopping by. Mickey versus Bugs. I mean, we all know where this is going. There is never going to be a matchup that is more, you know, that is more special to me than Stitch versus Rocket is. But compared to everything that has not been on Death Battle yet, it's got to be this one. You guys know I love Looney Tunes. My excitement for Wily versus Tom probably, you know, gave you all that impression. But Mickey Mouse as well. Like, I understand, you know, big corporations bad or whatever, but like, as far as the characters themselves and how they paved the way for animation as we know it today, I just don't see how you can't do a Death Battle like that. I just don't see how you can't do it. I love these characters to death. The only negative thing is that well, first of all, there's high expectations. There's also, it might be a little too repetitive. Like, thankfully, Wily versus Tom was not a complete repeat of Scooby versus Courage, but when it comes to these kinds of cartoon battles, there's not that many questions you have to answer. Like, you have to basically answer, what are their resistances, and like, what are their hacks, or what can they affect? And once you have those answers, assuming that like one can affect the other, or one can kill the other and the other can't, then, you know, you're kind of done. So I'm really hoping this is just one of those battles where it's like, throughout all of their content, they definitely can kill each other, and then it comes down to like the smaller aspects. And I wouldn't be surprised if that is how it will work. I really hope that's how it'll work. Surely there must be a matchup for Barney the Dinosaur. I mean, if you look hard enough, I'm sure you can find it. You can find matchups for any character, even the characters that should not be in Death Battle, I think. Again, I have a video talking about my controversial Death Battle opinions. If you want to, I don't even think they're that controversial, but some people got mad. So if you want to get mad, go to my channel. It should be the newest video there. Mickey versus Bugs, unironically, has to be beautiful in its animation approach. Yeah, exactly. You can't slack with that one. It'd be great if it was episode 200. I'm not thinking it will be. Just curious, will you upload this tier list or update this tier list every time you do a new versus review part? I hadn't thought about that. I might. But then, like, I guess I just have to, like, keep reposting it. Oh, or do you just... Oh, sorry. You probably don't even mean, like, my personal opinion. You mean, like, updating when they come onto the videos, then, like, put them into the tier list in general. Yes, I probably will. If I can remember to do them, I probably will, yeah. So then other people can do it with all the matchups, not just the one from this point. Next up, I can already see someone talking about it. Not a fan of Nicole versus Benson because Nicole would destroy Benson. I don't get this matchup, just angry Cartoon characters, Cartoon Network characters. Even if it's thematic, I think it's kind of an uninteresting stomp. My question is, do we consider Manhattan DC or exclusively focus on Watchmen? I think exclusively focusing on Watchmen does make it closer, but then you kind of run the risk of misrepresentation because I don't think they're supposed to be different Dr. Manhattans, to my knowledge. So then it's like you're and that's kind of what I was saying, like with Master Chief versus Doomslayer, like just using like lore for characters and all of that. If you're trying to go out of your way to misrepresent how a character should operate or how a character is just because you want to make the debate more fair, I cannot get behind that, because the main focus of Death Battle, other than like trying to answer who would win in a fight, is presenting the characters properly. But anyway, sorry, back on to Benson versus Nicole. Yeah, I agree. I'm not huge on this one. I feel like in order to be huge on this one, you need to be like really big fans of both of the series. I think just in a vacuum, it's not my favorite. Someone said Squidward versus Benson is better. I might agree with that. Obviously, Squidward's been thrown around a little bit. I think this is a take it or leave it for me, I think. I'm probably going to put it... I think I'll put it here in between these two guys. I think that's probably correct. What are the tiers that we have filled up the most right now? So we have Take It or Leave It filled up a lot. We have, and by the way, a lot of this stuff, well, probably not this one, but I'm thinking like some of the stuff that's in should be a DBX. If it wasn't in here, it would probably be in Don't Want to See It. Although this one would probably be in Take It or Leave It. This one would be in Don't Want to See It. This one, I don't know, it could go either way. And these two probably don't want to see it. But yeah, so far the biggest tiers we have are, it looks like It and Take It or Leave It are the two biggest ones so far. I love Gumball, but it just wouldn't be interesting because Nicole has supernatural powers and Benson's just an angry man. Squidward is a lot more thematic, and even if the actual fight is kind of clashing with Toon Force, I still prefer it for everything else. I getcha. I understand. A lot of this is very subjective, very like how it vibes to you. And that's not a problem as long as you're okay admitting that. I can admit that. Spy versus Agent 47. Finally, we get another one and Really Like It. I think this one goes to the top of Really Like It. Yeah. Again, similar. Some of these overlap with the last tier list, the one for the Tournament of Champions and Champion Poll matchups. So, yeah. I think it still goes there. Captain Falcon versus All Might, or All Might versus Captain Falcon. That one could be pretty sick. If they were to bring either of these characters back, I think this is the way to do it. I think I'd probably put it on the lower end. Well, no, do I? Because I'm looking at this one. Like, do I probably want? I'm gonna have to rearrange a bunch of these, I'm sure. I think no. I'll put it here. I'll put it one below Ego versus Mogo, between that and Guts versus Claire. I think that's correct, for my opinion. Which TF2 matchup would be likely, Spy or Soldier? If you mean like Spy versus Agent 47 versus like Sarge versus Soldier, I don't know which one they would do first, because they're not owned by Rooster Teeth anymore. Maybe they wouldn't feel the need to do this one. And this one was on the champion poll, so I could honestly, well, unless RWBY versus Maka is the Torian fight, I could see this one being the Torian fight, but that could just as easily be RWBY versus Maka. So I don't know. And if you just mean like the characters in general, I don't know. I guess Sarge, I would say, because I feel like just in general, they might still want to finish off like the Boomstick's dad stuff. Spy versus Agent 47 is in my top 10. That's great. I totally get that. It's a really fun fight. George and Harold versus Phineas and Ferb. Who's watching the new Phineas and Ferb, by the way? I am. I'm enjoying it. Like a lot of good. So I will say that like I think some of the songs, because they're doing like, you know, at least like one song per episode as like they usually do. I will say that there's only like a handful of songs in there that I can say like I really think are on the quality of like the previous show, but I am enjoying the new Phineas and Ferb. As far as where this should go, I've kind of had some qualms with this one, just because I feel like there are more interesting characters from the series that you can use. Like, I would much prefer either Perry or Doofenshmirtz to get on the show before Phineas and Ferb. With George and Harold, some people are saying that, oh, you have to give them Captain Underpants. Why not just give Captain Underpants his own very fitting fight at that point, right? I love Captain Underpants himself more than George and Harold, exactly, yeah. And if you're saying, well, then it would just be included anyway, then you're kind of wasting what could be a really cool Captain Underpants matchup. I'm not going to say this one couldn't work at all, but I feel like there's just other stuff I'd want to see more than it, you know? So I think I'll put this one in interested. Well, because I'm looking at Doof versus Crocker, but then again, like, I would want Doof to fight someone else. So it's either interested or take it or leave it. I don't know. I feel like depending on the day, it could be either one of them. I think take it or leave it's a little too harsh, because I do still like this comparison more than, like, say, this comparison. But I think it's gonna go at, like, the bottom of interested. Yeah, bottom. There we go. Which means that technically in the lineup, these two are next to each other if we were ranking them all one by one. Next up, Shrek versus Conker. I don't know. This one I do think, like, at least from, like, a thematic perspective, is one of the better Shrek matchups out there. I've liked Shrek versus Sully before, but it is not one of my... It's not like one of the matchups that I think actually, like, makes the most sense for Shrek. It's more so my nostalgia for the characters. So, and yeah, someone's saying, like, when they did the cast for Shrek versus Conker, it sold me. Yeah, like, I think you see, this is not one of those matchups where you can instantly tell why are the characters paired together necessarily, which I do think is not the best. But once you learn about it, it's not the worst either. I think it could work. I think this is one I'll probably put it at the bottom of Like It. Because I do think, right now, I think, like, out of all the Shrek matchups, there's, like, maybe, like, one other Shrek matchup that can actively be like, okay, yeah, I'd like to see that one. This is one of them where I'd be like, I'd actively like to see it. So I'll put it in Like It, but at the bottom. Definitely I would want Puss versus Buck over it, I think. Luz versus Anne. This one was also from the previous one. This is also a Like It. Probably higher. Like, yeah, I like it more than that one. Should I put it at the top of Like It, actually? I could see that. Yeah, maybe I'll put it at the top of Like It. I think out of what's here, at least what's been here so far, I think I would probably like to see it the most out of all of these. I think I could say that. Yeah, okay, great. And again, something like, where was it? Sans versus Judge. Maybe I'll move it up to Like It later, but I'm not going to confirm that yet. Steve versus not Steve. Sorry, Emmett versus Jesse. I gotta make sure. Luzanne tomorrow. Well, again, the next death battle is in a week. Luzanne's my most wanted. Yeah, a lot of people really like that one. I get it. For me, it's not one that I can, like, really, like, put up here and stuff, but, like, I do like it. Luzanne feels more like a serious Among Us versus Fall Guys fight. That's fun. Luzanne yesterday. Sorry, I just gotta adjust my chair a little bit. I think now for Emmett versus Jesse, this one, I see this on, like, the same level as Steve versus Terrarian. I remember when I did Steve versus Emmett for the Champion Poll Tournament Champions when I put it in Take It or Leave It. Both of them would definitely be higher, but then it would either be Interested or Like It. I think I'm gonna put it in Interested, actually. Because there are other matchups that have that, like, infinite creativity potential that are just always gonna beat it out for me, like Sackboy versus Maxwell, you know? So I think I'll put it in Interested, but it could, I cannot deny, though, that if they did this one well, it could be really, really good. I love how many people have developed gambling addictions waiting for Luzanne. That's the best way to put it. Hell, honestly, I thought it was gonna be the 4th episode of 2024 instead of Among Us vs. Fall Guys until they kind of, like, deconfirmed that. So yeah, I kind of get it, but I think it does come to a point where we have to kind of slow down a little bit. because a lot of my matchup predictions, like predicting what Death Battle is going to do, that kind of relies more on what they do that's predictable. But Death Battle does not seem to do what's predictable anymore. So that's really... So, like, I think for this year, at the end of the year, I'm going to do, again, more of, like, a top 10 Death Battle ideas, rather than what I did at the end of last year, where I did, like, specific predictions. Granted, I really only did that because there was already a bunch of stuff that was confirmed for 2025, but I don't think I'm going to be doing that anymore, because I just think this stuff is so unpredictable. You're kind of just wasting your time. Yo, sorry for being late. Hope it all goes... Yeah, thanks, Metal. Thanks for joining. We had a bit of a problem at the beginning, but other than that, we're doing pretty well. Now we have The Mask versus Beetlejuice. Yes, this is another one that I do really like. Do I put it above or below? I'll put it below. I think I'd put it here. But this is another one that very easily goes in the really like it tier. For me, this one and The Mask versus Freakazoid, I think either of them could work great. But this one I totally get it, because it's like, they're like cartoon characters in the real world. You could, as long as you utilize the environment properly, you could make that look really good in a death battle. So I would really like to see this one. Yeah, Mask vs. Beetlejuice is goated. It's pretty good, yeah. Not in my top 50, but I do really like it. Garfield versus Snoopy. This is one where I fully recognize that, like, my general rules for, like, what shouldn't be a death battle, that doesn't really apply here, because even though they're not very combative, they do have some level of cartoon physics that allows them to work, kind of like Scooby versus Courage. The only thing, though, is that I think it's just my attachment to the characters. I don't know if I want to see them in a death battle, you know? I know some people were even saying that for Scooby versus Courage, where it's like, and thankfully, you know, neither of them died, thankfully for those people, but I'm not saying that this one can't work. It's just more of like a personal preference to me. So I don't know. I think with this one, I mean, like, I think usually for something like this, I kind of just go to interested, because, like, these are still two characters I really like, and yeah, I don't know. Mask versus Freakazoid and Beetlejuice versus Grimm are better. Okay, I could see that. Beetlejuice versus Grimm. I still think, though, like, in a vacuum, Mask versus Beetlejuice is good. I get why Garfield versus Snoopy exists, but I don't want to see Snoopy have a chance of dying. I don't want to see Snoopy or Garfield die. Okay, so yeah, some of you guys get it. But I can't put it on, like, the same level as, like, something like Nate versus Greg, because that's one where I say, like, yeah, no, it doesn't make sense for a death battle. There is no element regarding them that implies it would be good. Garfield versus Snoopy, though, I can't really say that, but I also don't really know how much I want it. I think I'll do what I did for Phineas and Ferb versus George and Harold, and I'll put it in interested. It would pain me to see one of them die, right? It would pain me to kind of, like, force them into this fight to the death. Garfield has made more money than Superman. I haven't fact-checked that, but that is, if that's true, that's crazy. Yeah, Garfield versus Snoopy, yeah, I don't want them to fight. No, I get it. I get it. And if I was more of a stickler for that, but the thing is, like, I want to be consistent with my own rules, right? If I was more of a stickler for that, I might have put it lower. But it could be something like Scooby versus Courage, right? Where it still turns out fun. So, I mean, I guess I could put it and take it or leave it. I'll leave it here for now. Might come back to that. Tenya Ida versus A-Train. This one is very easily top 50. 20 bucks. Oh my god, thank you so much. Stay awesome, man. You stay awesome. And by that, I don't mean keep donating. I just mean stay an awesome person. Again, you don't need to donate that much, but thank you so much. I appreciate it. I appreciate it tons. We have Tenya Ida versus A-Train. That is top 50 somewhere. Where was it? I think it was here, because I think it was in the 40s. And yeah, these guys are the 30s. Wait, no. What am I saying? This goes here. These are the 30s. These guys are still in the 40s. Yo, is that Sporticus in the corner? Yes, it is. We will be getting to Sporticus versus Pepsi Man when we get there. Monokuma versus Koro Sensei, this is what I was saying before where I know something gets booted up, because in a Q&A video, I actually updated my top 50, basically just giving the one match, now that Ghost Rider versus Spawn happened, like, giving one more matchup that would be at the bottom, and that one was Monokuma versus Koro Sensei. So technically, this one does go in the top 50. I can say that for sure. Before, in the previous tier list, for the champion stuff, I did put it in really like it, but now it's top 50. Aku versus the Lich. This one I definitely would say I like more than, say, like, oh, what is it? Benson versus Nicole. Like, this one I think does work better. I've heard some people say Aku versus him from Powerpuff Girls. That one could work too. I think I see it similar to Freakazoid versus the Mask and Freakazoid versus the Mask. Well, yes, Freakazoid versus the Mask and Mask versus Beetlejuice, where I could see either of them working phenomenally. So I don't want to dock too many points for that. I don't even know if I would say I like Aku versus him more. Like, that's how much, you know, I think the matchup is solid. Where's Ghost Rider versus Spawn? I know you skipped it in the video, but it was still a poll winner. Yes, it was, but I'm specifically doing this based on what was in the video, right? That's why, like, everything that has become a poll since the last video I made, that's why that stuff isn't here yet, right? Because it hasn't been made into a video. If it was here, though, it would go... where would it go? It would go here, because in my top 10 list, or any top 10 list, this is where it would have been, because it did already happen, right? So that's where it would be. So, anyway, Aku versus the Lich. It's either like it or interested, both of which actually have been filling up a lot, which makes sense. Like, I'm not always going to have the strongest opinions on everything, but I will say, yeah, either like it or interested. I think I'm going to put it in interested. I think I'll put it here. I think that makes sense for me, yeah. Not, you know, not huge into either of the characters. If I was bigger into the characters, I could see it maybe going one higher, but yeah. Wow, they're staring into my soul. Yeah, they are. Aku versus Lich, actually an amazing matchup. Too bad Lich only has 17 minutes. I mean, yeah, like, the easy thing is that, like, aside from, like, you know, maybe, like, I don't know, some, I don't know, novelizations or, like, whatever the hell other material there is, these characters wouldn't be that difficult to analyze just from, like, how much you have to consume. You know where all the information is, or at least most of where the information is. Is Hulk versus Godzilla today? No, it is next week. I'm not telling you that because I work for Death Battle. I'm telling you that just because I know. But no, it is next week, so you're stuck with me for today. That's why I'm doing the stream today. If Hulk versus Godzilla was coming out today, I'd be recording a reaction and probably preparing a prediction for the next time, right? So that's why I'm doing that. Yeah, Waluigi versus Robbie Rodden. This one's fun. This one is very fun. My only critique with this one, and I brought this up in my versus matchup review video, is that I think this one overshadows some of Waluigi's other really good options, because a lot of people really like it, and they don't talk enough about who else Waluigi could fight. And some of his other options, I would honestly argue, are more unironic than this one. Although, for characters such as this, you may argue an ironic feeling matchup is where they most fit, right? So I totally get it. I'm kind of conflicted, but I feel like maybe if I was in a better mood, should I put it in really like it? I don't know if I'd put it that high. When is Raptor getting on Death Battle? Yeah, supposedly they need more time for research, yeah, or something like that. I absolutely adore Dick Dastardly for Waluigi. Yeah, Dick Dastardly is a great one. Mortimer Mouse. Like, I actually like Mortimer Mouse versus Waluigi more than Mario versus Mickey. Again, that's probably just because of the Bugs versus Mickey bias, but still. Isn't it crazy that the blog managed to cancel its prediction or Hulk versus Godzilla for nothing? Well, yeah, the blog did stop. They're not doing it, I'm pretty sure, right? Neither am I. not because they didn't do it. I have my own reasons for it. But anyway, you probably put that together by now, because my prediction would have been out long ago if I was doing one. I think for Waluigi versus Robbie Rodden, again, like, it feels weird, like, filling up all of these tiers so much, but, like, I honestly think that's how I feel. I think this one's definitely a like it. I think I'll put it did I put it up here? Maybe even one more. Yeah, I'll put it here. This is where I think it should go. Doomsday versus SCP-682. This is a tough one because I'm still not sure I can say in good faith that this would make like the best episode of Death Battle ever. Or if they could even make it work. If they could make it work, I'd really like to see it. But I like the debate is so interesting. It's almost like if we could have like a reverse DBX. Although I guess reverse DBX is already like Death Battle Cast, right? Where they're already talking about the debate. But like have like a fully researched debate and like, you know, come to a verdict, like a Death Battle tier verdict, so to speak. I would be fine with just that, honestly. I don't need an animation for this one. But of course, putting it as like a DBX, again, that's counterintuitive to that. That's literally the opposite. I am still considering, was the DBX the best way to talk about this matchup? 628 versus Doomsday is inevitable, but I'm not ready for how crazy this is going to get. In my opinion, they give both characters everything that then 682 wins. 682 is the perfect SCP for Death Battle. Well, it depends on like how they like animate it, I guess. They could still do some pretty crazy stuff with it. I think in that case, then I'm gonna put it on like the cusp of interested and like it, because I do think it. Well, should I put it in like it then? Actually, should I put it at like the bottom of like it? No, I think I'll put it in here because being the most genuine to myself, I am interested. Other than Monkey D. Luffy, what matchups do you want Natsu to fight against? I've actually gotten a little more into Natsu versus Asta. I'm not gonna lie, that one actually seems like it could be fun. Natsu is one of my most wanted characters to come back to Death Battle, actually. And Asta is a relatively new opponent that people have been throwing around for him, and I actually think that could be fun. I'm sure there are other ones, though, but that's the one that comes to mind. Doomsday versus SCP is my most wanted, however, I think the animation will be hard to capture. 3D is limited for 682, and sprites will look janky. Yeah, like, they're really gonna have to, like, figure it out. If they can't make it look satisfying, then they just shouldn't do it. That's kind of my rule of thumb. While Toru versus 986 is my most wanted SCP matchup, I think Doomsday versus 682 should happen first. Again, if they can make it work, I could see that, yeah. Let's get another drink of water. I'm almost out of water. I've been talking so much. How long is the stream been going on? Like 4 hours? No, not 4 hours. 3 hours. That's kind of crazy. We might be able to do like a little Q&A type thing after this is done, but I probably won't stick around for too much because it's getting really hot in this room and I've been doing this a long time. Anyway, Kazuma Sato versus Subaru Natsuki. I definitely won't want to see this one more than Scott Pilgrim versus Kazuma. I think out of all of them, though, this is another one where I think it's pretty easily like an interested for me. I think I'd probably put it... here? Here, there... Maybe here. I think I'd put it in there. That sounds right. Dude, Moro animating it would be fire. Whichever one you're talking about, either Kazuma versus Subaru or Doomsday versus SCP, I mean, like... I think if Moro's given the proper direction, he can make anything look good. So, yeah. Anything that's, like, again, like, works as an actual fight. Mega Man X, or X versus Optimus Primal. Yeah, I also really, really like this one. Again, like, these two were very easy, really like it in the previous tier list. This one I think is just so great. X is probably my favorite Mega Man, maybe. And again, just more size to Transformers would be cool. And X getting his own episode would also be very cool. Like, I just see no reason why this one can't work. These two, like, would be close. Like, if other matchups in my top 50 happened, these two would be, like, contenders for being, like, my new top, my new top 49 or 50 or whatever. Oh no, our raptor is getting dehydrated. Send in the lifetime supply of water. I mean, how much water? Can you even see, like, this is how much water I have left. I don't know how well you could tell that, but it's not much. Anyway, let's, oh yeah, Perfect Cell versus Metal Sonic. I feel like my opinion on this is not the most popular. I kind of see this as like an okay matchup. I think the best thing about it is that the fight could look sick as hell. But that is like, I think, far and away the best thing about it. I think other things, like, I don't know how necessary this one is. Like, I understand maybe trying to go back to Sonic versus Dragon Ball, but a lot of people throw out like a lot of Sonic versus Dragon Ball ones, like Perfect Cell versus Metal Sonic, Goku versus Sonic, Knuckles versus Piccolo, and I'm thinking like, we don't need all of those matchups. I think maybe like doing one of them could be cool, but like I don't think all of them are needed. This one though, like it does have like the connective tissue. I understand it does make sense. I just think like based on the other death battles we've seen, I don't know how needed it is. But it would be fun. I don't know. Yeah, hype moments and aura the matchup. Exactly. Yeah, Cell also, thank you, I forgot to mention that. Cell also has a lot of matchups. There are definitely other opponents for Cell, even though I don't think he has a perfect matchup, and there are some other characters like that. Even though Cell doesn't have a perfect matchup, there are probably other characters I'd want to see him fight more than Metal Sonic, even if Metal Sonic is my favorite out of all those characters. Because me liking characters does not mean, yes, that means they should be in a death battle. That's not how it works. Honestly, I prefer Asta versus Meliodas from Seven Deadly Sins. I get that, yeah. I used to like that one. Or I used to like that one more, I guess. I guess it could still work. Yo, Raptor, I definitely recommend a little break to get more water. Maybe at some point I can, like, go downstairs and get some more water. If I finish this water, which I probably will. And yeah, other people... Perfect matchup, say that again. I think Mecha Godzilla better for Metal... Well, okay, so other people are throwing out, like, other... did I say... Oh, shit. Am I glitching out or am I just stuttering too much? Because both of those are very possible. With Cell versus Metal Sonic, I almost want to put it in Take It or Leave It. I'm not gonna lie, because I think there are more interesting ways to bring these characters onto Death Battle. And we've had Metal Sonic technically on the show 3 times already. Only one with his own, but... yeah, perfect. Okay, more people are saying that. Meliodas versus Asta would be a great DBX. Yeah, that could work well for a DBX. Yeah, I'm sorry. I think I have to put this one and Take It or Leave It, to be honest. I'm just not huge on this one. And there's another one upcoming that I think is also like kind of goes against the general consensus, but I think I would prefer Cell to fight someone else. I honestly think I would. Splinter versus Shifu. No, it's funny how you pronounce Aura. Okay, I said Ara. Yeah, okay, fair enough. I don't think that's a Canadian thing, though. I think that's just me being stupid. Splinter versus Shifu. This one is somewhere. It's not above you. No, it's here. This one goes right here. Yeah, I love Splinter versus Shifu. I don't know if they would... It's kind of like Syndrome versus Titan, where it's like, I don't know the likelihood of it happening because... compared to other characters from their franchises, like other characters have more screen time. So I can see them prioritizing Turtles a lot more, or maybe like some other side characters from TMNT, but I would really like to see this one. This one to me, it's just a perfect formula for like comparing them, you know, making the analyses like so perfect to them. Like, I just think it'd be great. Would you want Cell to be voiced by Takahata or Devil Artemis? Oh, damn. Either of them. I think they're both, they could both do a great job. Takahata, I mean, I guess with Devil Artemis, like, he could animate it. Maybe just you could get Takahata to voice so that they can both work on it. I think that could be cool. If they want Devil Artemis to do all of that, then I'm sure he could. I'm sure it wouldn't detract from the animation or anything, but maybe just get them both involved. Have Takahata voice and Devil Artemis animate. Yugi versus Denji. This one's also in my top 50. I gotta remember where I'm like placing all of these. This one I'm pretty sure was higher though. This one was here. Yeah. Kurumi versus Homura. This one, I really like this matchup. I think this is such a fun matchup. I'm not letting anything that may or may not have happened in this community ruin it for me. I think just as a matchup in general, this is a really, really fun time. So yeah, this one, I would love to see this one. I definitely want to see this one a lot more than Sailor Moon versus Madoka, for instance. I see Hulk versus Godzilla there. Yes, technically I did put that in a versus matchup review video because I did review it on the series. It wasn't the most upvoted, but I felt bad for not doing a prediction. A Madoka fight, I really like to see that, so I kind of like a Homura matchup for that alone. Okay, that's cool. Wait, Sporticus versus Pepsi Man? If you know, you know. Yeah, pitch notwithstanding. Yeah, the pitch. Yeah, I know about all that. I don't want to talk about it, though. I like looking at matchups regardless of all of that, right? I don't want that thing to tarnish the matchup, because it by itself is really good. Emperor Palpatine versus Master Xehanort. This one was in top 20, I think. Yeah, it was here. It was above Peter versus Homer. Yeah, Palpatine versus Xehanort is great. We can kind of speed through this a little bit too, because this one was also in my top 50. This one's here. I think this was actually like 48, 49, 50, or the old 48, 49, 50. So it would be now 47, 48, 49, 50. That's pretty fun. Hulk versus Godzilla technically hasn't happened yet, so where are you gonna put it? You will see. Zim versus Crypto. This one is interesting to me. Again, it's one that I feel like it could go in either like it or interested, depending on it. I think like they would have to make sure that, like, how do I phrase this properly? Like, they need to make sure that enough that like it works together as a fight. Like, you have, like, say like Jimmy versus Dexter for instance, where I think that works really well because they both have like so much stuff, to the point where if you include everything for the characters, then, you know, it just works. It's fine. But for Zim versus Crypto, I'm curious if maybe trying to include everything for both of them kind of messes things up more, like it becomes a little more one-sided. But assuming that it doesn't have that problem, I honestly don't know. Assuming that it doesn't have that problem, I think Like It is the proper place for it. I think I'll probably put it here. One below Ego versus Moto. Crypto versus Zimbangs. I mean, like, as a concept, for sure, it's definitely fun. Pac-Man versus Felix the Cat. This one, I almost thought, because the thing is, it's really hard for me to say, like, I like this one, because I don't know if I'm sure I'm going to put it in Like It yet, you know? So I feel like I can't really commit to that yet. But Pac-Man versus Felix could be cool. I know Pac-Man versus Luigi is getting a lot of hate. I wouldn't be surprised if that's the one we get, to be honest. But Pac-Man versus Felix, I totally get it. I think it could be really fun. I think at most, though, I would put it in Interested. I might put it in Take It or Leave It. Yeah. I don't know. I think Pac-Man versus Felix, because we have this one, like, I'm just trying to look, like, would I want it more than both of these two? I think the answer is yes. But then do I put it in Interested? The thing is, like, I don't really have a big reason to go against it. Like, but I'm also, like, I'm just not the biggest, like, into the matchup, I guess. So it's this weird spot between Interested or Take It or Leave It, where it's like, I could be interested, but I just don't literally feel that interested in the matchup itself. So that's a little difficult. But putting it below Phineas and Ferb versus George and Harold doesn't really feel right to me. So I think Interested is the right spot for it. I think it goes here. Mario versus Kirby. So this is the other one, like Cell versus Metal Sonic, that I really don't care that much about. And I know you might be thinking, well, you don't like Mario versus Mickey that much. You don't like Mario versus Kirby that much. How do you want to see Mario return? Dude, I don't know. It's just, the thing is, like, I just see Mario versus Sonic as, like, a better version of this idea, I guess is the best way to put it. I don't think, like, I just think if you're using, like, two big gaming icons, then I just think, like, Mario versus Sonic just makes more sense. This, to me, is just kind of like just a downgrade of that, so I'm not inclined to really like it that much. I know there are a lot of people that do really like it, and again, it's kind of like Cell versus Metal Sonic, where if it happened, I think it could be a lot of fun, But I think, again, I'm gonna put it at like the top of Take It or Leave It. These two are basically the same. I have very similar feelings about these two. No hate to anyone who likes them. It's just, it's harder for me to get behind them, I guess. When are we getting Evil Raptor? I don't know what you mean by that. Like, just me being mean? I mean, like, again, in some of these videos, I do get mean. I remember in number 4, versus matchup review number 4, that was the one with Greg versus Nate. I got pretty mean in that one. In the most recent one, I also got kind of mean, and you'll see why when we get there. But yeah, I'd say that. And again, my controversial opinions video, I wouldn't say I was mean in that, but if you want me to be controversial, then you can look there. The thing is, like, I don't try to be mean or controversial in videos unless it's, like, really important to what I'm talking about. So, because I'm really here to have fun. I feel like if your intention is to be on YouTube to complain all the time, I can't imagine that being fun. Like, I would probably quit within, like, the first month or so if I was doing that. I need to have fun with what I'm doing, right? And if that means I'm more positive or I see the more positive sides of things, that's fine. A lot of these versus matchup review videos, yes, they're me talking about how I feel about the matchups, but I feel like another part of them is saying, like, the best things about the matchups. Like saying, like, on the bright side for this matchup, even if I don't like it that much. Of course, for some matchups, there aren't many good things I can say at all, because that's just my opinion. But I feel like trying to prioritize saying the good things about matchups, I still think is good. So, like, I've said good things about all this stuff in Interested, or even some of them in Take It or Leave It, because I think that's part of what the versus matchup review series should try to do, right? They should try to shed light on the good qualities that they have, as well as, you know, me giving my genuine, you know, opinions on them. The Death Battle community needs a little tough love. I mean, yeah, that's a good way to put it. Difference between mean and based. That's nice. I like Pac-Man versus Felix because we're tackling the grandfathers of both medias. Yes, absolutely. From that perspective, it's hard to beat that. I'm just not like the most interested. I'll say interested, but I'm not like the most interested. But like from that angle, if you really like that angle, then hell yeah, you're gonna like it. Blaze versus Starfire. So I've kind of been in like a roller coaster with this one. This version is technically Archie Blaze versus Starfire. That was the one that was upvoted. That was the one that I reviewed on the series. Now that I know more about Archie Blaze versus Game Blaze, I think I can actually say that I definitively like Game Blaze versus Starfire more than Archie Blaze versus Starfire. But I feel like I still have to rank this one as if it was Archie Blaze, because that's the one that was reviewed. So as far as Archie Blaze, and Blaze also has Rivet from Ratchet and Clank for normal Blaze. Yeah, there are other ones that you could put the characters in. As far as like Archie Blaze versus Starfire, I think regular Blaze versus Starfire I would put somewhere in Like It. If I had to pick exactly, maybe like here, maybe between Randy versus Ladybug and Waluigi versus Robbie Rod, maybe something like that. But if we're specifically looking at Archie Blaze versus Starfire, I do think that one is worse, and I think I'd probably put it here, I think. Because if they were to specifically do Archie Blaze, it's like fine, but I would prefer probably something a little different. So with Triple F doing their own Blaze versus Starfire episode, how would it feel if Death Battle does their own episode for this matchup? I mean, I don't know if they're going to be like really trying to like pick it apart and trying to make it like really differently, like specifically different. It'd be nice though if it is a different experience. So yeah, I don't know. But again, I'm not really thinking about other versus series right now and trying to like factor that into my tier listing. I think as far as Archie Blaze versus Starfire, I would put it in Take It or Leave It. Game Blaze versus Starfire, probably like around here in Like It. Just to be clear, okay? Sporticus versus Pepsi Man. This one is very similar to you. to a Dr. Evil versus Dark Helmet. Do I put you here? Yeah, I think I'll put you here. I'll put you one spot below. But these two are very similar to me. It's like, yes, they're silly, but damn, I'd like to see it. Not every Sonic opponent, in my opinion, needs to be Archie against an OP character. Some people use Archie Sonic against Goku, but I think Game Sonic is more than enough. Okay, interesting. Yeah, I mean, it kind of just depends on what you're going for. I am usually against, like, using, like, alternate universe or very specific versions of characters unless, like, you really, really have to. There are some instances where I do think you really have to, like Old Man Logan versus Last Ronin. That works marvelously, so that's a great exception to that rule. Juggernaut versus Archie Knuckles, not all the way, but I think it is also a good exception to that rule. Archie Blaze versus Starfire, I would say probably not. But yeah, sorry, Sporticus versus Pepsi Man, it's, yeah, it's fun. That could be a lot of fun. I know Sporticus has a few different matchups. I know there is Yujiro. I would want this one more than Sporticus versus Yujiro. Oh dang, we're about to be done. Well, we got a bit more to go. Let's see if we can speed run through the rest of these, like, actually. Daffy versus Donald. You guys know that I like this one a lot. I think this one is actually at the bottom, though, of top 3, because, yeah, it's number, like, 28, I want to say. Number 28 on the list. I have no idea if that's actually true. Scratch and Grounder versus Buzz and Delete. To me, I think this is, like, a very easy, should be a DBX. I'm sure there are ways you could analyze them, but again, it's one of the things where it's like, if it was announced as a DBX, like, I'd be way more excited for it as a DBX than if it was a Death Battle. In my opinion, so yeah, there are people that are talking about Sporticus versus Yujiro. So some people like it more, some people don't like it more. I get it. I don't think what Death Battle does on Death Battle Cast has to be the best matchup for the character. Sometimes they're just experimenting with stuff, right? And sometimes after watching the Death Battle Cast, you can be sold, but it doesn't mean you have to be. It does mean, though, that maybe it's the one they'll end up doing. If I had to guess, I think they will probably do Sporticus versus Yujiro if they bring Sporticus onto the show. And yeah, both of the Lazy Town matchups I just realized are in like it, but I definitely like this one more. Daffy versus Duck will only happen after Bugs versus Mickey. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised at that, yeah. And I definitely want Bugs versus Mickey to happen first. Cobra Commander versus Red Skull. I understand that there are probably going to be, like, there might be issues with actually doing the episode, like, you know, with the whole, you know, racism stuff. But if they did decide that they were going to do it and they, you know, put their all into it, this is another one I definitely think I would put in really like it, probably around here. I think this is a really cool idea. To me, it's like, it's one of those where, again, kind of like Old Man Logan versus Last Ronin, it's like, what else do you do with these guys? This is just, it just makes the most sense. These are, at least, you know, talking about popular characters, these two just fit the best for each other. I think it just makes the most sense, especially if it's an army battle. Holy hell, like, that could be so fun. So this is definitely in the really like it tier for me. Next up, Donkey Kong versus Crash. This is another one where I'm not 100% sure how I feel about it. I do think this is one of those matchups where the debate is a detractor. A little bit of a detractor, because I feel like it's not just one-sided, it's obviously one-sided. Like, even to the people who are not that big into versus debating. And that's the kind of debatability that I find a little less excusable. Because if something is only obvious because you're into versus debating, then it can still appeal to the casual crowd. But if something is obvious to, like, everybody, that's not as great. Although, again, you could say that for, like, Omni-Man versus Homelander, and it still turned out well. I could see Crash fighting someone else. I'd like to see Donkey Kong. I love Donkey Kong. I'd like to see him get back on the show. I could see this being the way they do it. I don't know if it's the one that I would most want to see. I love DK versus Crash. Okay, that's cool. DK stomps pretty hard. I might prefer Donkey Kong versus King Kong after the cast. Okay, interesting. I wasn't sure if that was actually going to sway that many people. They have good connections, but a bad debate. Crash does have cosmic arguments, but they are questionable. Yeah, I have heard a little bit about that. To be honest, this matchup just feels like it doesn't know what it wants to be. First here, they're both about island level, and then somehow multiverse. Well, I do think, like, just as far as they feel and the vibes, like, it does work really well together. But the debate, yeah, the debate really isn't it for me. So it's either going to be interested or take it or leave it. Definitely on the lower end of interested if it goes up there. I think though, like, I would still be more interested in this one than say like these guys. But does that just mean I put it at the top of take it or leave it, or do I put it down here? No, I think it has its own good qualities. To be honest, I really do think it does. To the point where if it happened, I think I could still enjoy the episode for those good qualities. Not to say there aren't other matchups that you could argue work better, but I think putting it in interested, like at the bottom of interested, again, kind of like how some stuff is like on the cusp, like one way or the other. Like this one's on the cusp of interested or like it. Like this one I think is on the cusp of interested or take it or leave it. I think that's a good way to put it. Red Skull versus Commander Red and Cobra Commander versus Megatron. You asked other match for these two, I give you alternatives. Okay, interesting. I mean, I probably still prefer Cobra Commander versus Red Skull. Crash is dead with Bonanza. I don't have a Switch 2 yet. I don't know if I am going to get one, but that's... I mean, I guess I could believe that. I don't know exactly what he got from that. Next, we have a Kylo Ren versus Edelgard. This one, I think, is more easily a take it or leave it. I think it's probably at the top of take it or leave it, but this is one where it's like, I understand if you really want a sequel character and if you really want like another Fire Emblem matchup, this is a really easy one to default to. But I think that's really like the appeal, like the fact that it uses these characters. Like as a matchup in a vacuum, I don't think it's the most extraordinary thing at all. But I'm not going to put it in should be a DBX, because if it was made into an episode, it could be interesting. I think the sequels for Star Wars could get on Death Battle at some point, but I don't know. This doesn't interest me that much. I think the top of take it or leave it is fine. If you do like this matchup, I think it has to be kind of like Nicole versus Benson. I think it has to be because you just want the characters on Death Battle, and that's like one of the better options that are available right now. Gonna happen, definitely? Yeah, like it could. It did get a Death Battle cast episode. I could see it. Now we have Boros versus Battle Beast. This one is I'm surprised. Yeah, something like a lot of top 31 to 50 were here. I didn't even notice that. But this is another one that would go there. I think it's like one spot or two spots below Finn and Jake versus Mordecai and Rigby. I love Boros versus Battle Beast. I gave a lot of praise for it in the versus matchup review video, so go watch that. I think I was like number 11, probably. Yeah. No, I think it's good. I just think, like, as someone who misses, like, the intensity of Death Battle, this would be like a breath of fresh air to me. Because, not to say necessarily that because obviously they're trying to be more respectful to the characters. I think in some instances, though, they kind of overcorrect to the point where they don't make the death very interesting. And for me, like, I just kind of accept this is a death battle. The characters are going to die, and there's a way to make it respectful to the characters while still making it like a really hardcore death, in my opinion. I don't think we should be removing hardcore deaths from the series. But if that's the way they are going, then I do really want to see this one, because that is fitting for the characters. The most raw thing you've ever seen. And then we also have... this one is Steve versus Terrarian. So this one, I think I would probably put in... Because I was thinking, like, before I probably said that, like, Emmett versus Jesse and Steve versus Terrarian are, like, on the same level for me. Steve versus Terrarian, I think that could go in like it, potentially. I could see that working. But not that high. I think I'd probably put it, like, probably higher than you. Probably higher than you. Yeah, I think this is where I would put Steve versus Terrarian. Before, I would have said, like, I don't really have a preferred matchup for Steve. Now that I know more about Steve versus Terrarian, I'm like, no. This one is my preferred for Steve. If they did Steve versus Emmett, I know Emmett better than Terrarian, so I mean, from that perspective, I guess it would work. But as a matchup, even if I don't know Terrarian as well, I think that one, I think that's my preferred. And then we have Hulk versus Godzilla. So again, a lot of people have been asking, where am I going to place this one? I'm going to place it in already happened. Like, I know it says already happened, but it basically just means like happened or happening. In my previous tier list, I put it in interested, like at the bottom of interested. If I was putting it in there now, I'd probably put it... I think this is probably where I would put it if I was keeping it in interested. I mean, I guess I could just keep it there, but I mean, like, we don't have a lot. This tier is already kind of crowded, so I think I'll probably, like, move it up to the already happened. And so again, like, this is, so it basically encompasses already happened and happening. And I think this is the proper spot for it. Like, I think I like the matchup of Kratos versus Asura probably more than this one. Yeah. No, I definitely do. Yeah. So yeah, that's where I would put that. But again, if you really want to know where I would put it, otherwise, it would be like right here. Next up, we have Toru versus 096. So someone earlier said that that is like their preferred SCP matchup, but Doomsday versus 682 should happen first. I can understand that. I do think, just generally speaking, I do like this matchup more just because I know for a fact they could make it work. They could actually put it to a satisfying animation. I think at least. So it's going to go somewhere in Like It. I think really Like It is too high right now. I could see it maybe getting there eventually. I think I would probably put it... I think I'd probably put it here. And I'm wondering, actually, you probably I'd put over here. And maybe you. I think this is right. I think, yeah, moving... No offense to Captain Falcon versus All Might, but I'd probably knock that down a little bit and put it here. Yeah, this one could be really sick. I think the variety of debating, like the variety of the debates you can have, is a really underrated variety that you can have in Death Battle. And that's another reason why I would really like this one to work. It just has to be able to work. Matchup would definitely be gory, though. Wonder Review and 096 has a unique concept behind it. Yep. I'm mixed on Toru, especially with how little Toru there is. I mean, I can see that. Death Battle has said, though, that, like, if the analyses are quick, then the analyses are quick. I could see this being one where it's like, they are relatively quicker analyses. Doesn't mean I don't think they should do it, though. The unreachable versus the unstoppable. Yeah, absolutely. It's like, again, like I said in my video, two sides of the same coin. It's like, you know, what they are opposites, but they both result in your death, right? So it's like, it really is like two sides of the same coin. Sly Cooper versus Lupin III. This is one that I think is in really Like It, probably at the bottom, but I do quite like this matchup idea. I do really enjoy matchups where they have all the necessary components to work for Death Battle, but they're also not fighters first and foremost. I think those are my favorite kinds of... Well, not my favorite kinds of matchups, but one of my favorite kinds of matchups. And because this one just works really well in that regard, I think really Like It makes sense, yeah. I see that as a good thing since Toru likes kids. I doubt people need to hear... Oh, Jesus Christ, yeah. Fair enough. Okay, so this one's over there. I think that's fine. Devil versus the Snatcher. I see this one very similar to, like, Sans versus the Judge in that, like, it's an indie game matchup that, like... I think it's fun. You know, I probably want to learn more about it, but I think, you know, it is still a fun idea. I think probably a little lower, though, on the list. A little lower. Probably here, right under Rayman versus... maybe above Rayman versus Klonoa, actually. I think I'll do that. That could still be fun, yeah. Prefer Sly versus Rouge. Yeah, that one's definitely gotten around. And I understand the appeal of Sly versus Rouge as well. I totally do. Next up, Penny Polendina versus Serial Designation N. This is one where I totally get the appeal of it. I understand why these characters are being paired together. I understand, like, why they're fan favorites and how, you know, people, they want to see them in a death battle, but they don't want to see them die. But it's just because they're that attached to the characters. For that reason alone, I think this is pretty fun. I don't think I can put it that high and Like It, but I totally get, you know, the appeal for it. Like, I really think this could be, like, really character-driven analyses, and I really, really like that. So I think putting it at the bottom of Like It, I think is fair. In my opinion, this is the best Murder Drones matchups. I've heard that one said before as well, yeah. I think this is probably the best spot, like maybe above... No, you know what? I'll put it above you guys. I think that's fine. I think yeah. Not over this one, but I think putting it a little higher up, I think that's fine. I've also heard Sly Cooper versus Rocket Raccoon. Yeah, I personally don't really like this one. Will this tier list be posted somewhere when you're done? My versions of the tier list, I could post it on either Blue Sky or my Discord server, I suppose. But if you're just looking to like do the tier list yourself, the links in the description should allow you to do that. Sin versus Malware, yeah, I've heard that one too. Hanako versus Hu Tao, that's another one very similar to Serial Designation N versus Penny, actually, where it's like, I totally get the stylistic appeal of it. That one I might honestly put a little higher than Penny versus N, because I can see the vision. I guess the only problem is that it seems to be painfully undebatable now. I guess that's the only issue with it. But like, some of these are not that debatable if you really look into it, right? So I don't know. I think I will put it a little higher. It's very similar though. Like, it's actually going to be like very close. Okay, I probably put it above there. Should I put it above you? I'll put it here. Again, I'm going to go through all of this again and reorder it as I see fit. What do you think of Alita versus 2B? Sounds interesting. I want to learn more about the characters, but I've heard it thrown around a lot, and I think that's a good thing, generally speaking. Although, to be fair, some matchups get popular not for the right reasons, but that doesn't stand out to me as one of them. And then we have Escanor versus Whitebeard. Again, as I described this earlier, like, this to me feels like a very why not matchup. So like, you know, it's not the best thing in the world, but it could still be fun. I don't see any reason not to do it. So I'd probably put it here. Like, one below Doomsday versus SCP, but I think I'd probably put it here. And then Gohan versus Invincible War. I'm kind of stuck between don't want to see it and should be a DBX. I do think it would work better for a DBX. It's just a question, do I want to see it as a DBX? And I think, honestly, yeah, I would. I think that would still be fun. So I'll put it here. And yeah, I guess we're done. I don't really know. I can't really make it like all fit on one screen for you guys, but it looks like we're finished. I also really love Charles Calvin versus Annandale versus LTBL, Dustman for Murder Drones matchups, but they're never going to happen. I mean, see, I think that's totally fine. You're allowed to like matchups that are unpopular, as long as you don't get that confused with what's going to happen. And as long as you don't start saying stuff like, if it doesn't happen, then Death Battle's wrong for not doing it, and I'm never going to watch it again. Like, that's when it goes too far. But yeah, I think that's basically... Well, actually, hang on. Now we got to go through everything and make sure everything's in the right spot. And then it will be the end. So that's all right. None of this should change, because it should all be in the order that's in my video. None of this should be different. I think this is all correct. I'm pretty sure. Yep, that all makes sense. Okay, you guys... yeah, I think you're fine there. Yep, that's all good. Yep, that should be good. Lose versus Ann at the top, I think that's fair. Yep, you guys, yep. Do I change you around? No, I think I'll keep that there. Waluigi versus Robbie Rodden, yep, okay. Ego versus Mogo, Zim versus Crypto. I think that's all good. I'm not 100% sure about Hanako versus Hu Tao. But I probably... No, I think I would put it over Guts versus Claire. Yeah. You guys, yep. Would I put you above you? Maybe I would. Maybe I'd put you here. Because I do think, yeah, Puss versus Buck should be on the lower end of that, because again, like, I technically do have a different preferred for Puss, but I still like it in a vacuum. Yep, okay, you guys. Maybe I'll put you above Puss versus Buck as well. That's tough. I'm not sure about that one, actually. I'll leave it there for now. Yep, that's good. I think, yep, that makes sense. Sans versus Judge, I think I'll probably... No, I take it back. I'm gonna keep it there. Sorry to all the people who like Sans versus Judge. I think it could be cool. It does not resonate with me like, say, I don't know, something like Ori versus the Knight would, right? But I am interested in seeing how they do it. Like, it's a very strong interested. I guess, you know, I'll put it one above here. Do I put it higher than Escanor? Yeah, you know what? Yeah, it should be higher than that. That's where it should go. Aku versus Lich, Kazuma versus Subaru. Yep, that all sounds good. Okay. I could see you maybe going a little... Yeah, I think I'll put Pac-Man versus Felix a little higher than you two. That's all well and good. Yeah, and this one I think deserves to be at the bottom of Interested because it is kind of like on the cusp. And then we have... Yep, I think that's fine, that's fine, that's fine. Should you be one higher? No. Well, no, it's okay. Yep, you're at the bottom. And I don't think much is going to change here. Yeah, I think we're done. I think... Well, actually, one more... Do we keep these the same, or do we change them? I think I'm going to move it back, actually. Yeah. I think this is the finished tier list. I guess I'll keep it here. Again, there's no way for you guys to see everything, but I think I'll put it here. Yeah, this took a long time. As soon as I started realizing how long the other tier lists were going on for, I realized, oh crap, like this is not going to be quick at all. But I didn't want to, I was interested in doing this, but I didn't want to make it like as its own video because I just didn't think it'd be popular enough for people. Like, I don't think enough people would be interested in it. But tacking it onto the end of like a general tier list stream, I thought it made more sense. One more thing, freedom, yeah. I mean, I can stick around for a little while longer, like not that much longer probably, but like if people have like questions or like I'm still cool to hang out. I hope the stream has not been like lagging a bunch or anything. Like I hope generally it's, you know, it's fine. I can just check my settings really quickly. I mean, yeah, everything seems okay, maybe like some frame drops here and there, but we did it, Death Battlers. Yes, we did. Hell yeah. Again, all the tier lists are in the description. Please go and do them if you oh so please. So just to reiterate, this is my tier list for the season. God, it's hard to remember this was even today. This was my tier list for the seasons. It might be a little hard to read, but this is how I would tier list the seasons, I think. This one is for various rematch ideas. That's how I would tier list those. This one is all the tracks, or at least, I don't think all the tracks that have been remastered are here. Like Alive got remastered, didn't it? So not all of them are here, but this is how I would do all the tracks that have just been given to me in this tier list. You know, the, what was it? The remastered ones. And then from top to bottom, I'll scroll slowly. So already happened, top 10, top 30, top 50, really like it, interested. And again, these tiers are specifically made to be like subjective phrasing, right? Because that's all this is, it's subjective. Interested, take it or leave it, should be a DBX, and don't want to see it. I'm really happy I added those two other categories because, you know, I just think it makes more sense for what we're doing. For me, it was a bit laggy, but I still had an awesome time. I mean, like, it's probably not just you then, it's probably for everybody. You play any good games lately? Honestly, like, I've been getting a little more back into Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. I don't have a Switch 2. I would definitely be playing the hell out of Mario Kart World, I'm sure, if I got it. But honestly, like, my work schedule is really flimsy and it doesn't really allow for a lot of time for games. I would like to get into more games later, but yeah, I guess Mario Kart 8 Deluxe is the answer to that. You think you might make this a semi-annual thing, like updating the weekly lists and ranking the new entries? I suppose I could. I think generally I will update. Well, I don't know if I'll update my own. I'll definitely like add more of the thumbnails to the, first of all, thank you for the $5. I completely forgot to say that. Thank you for the $5. I definitely am going to add more of the thumbnails to this tier list for other people to do them. As far as like me actually doing this, again, I'm not sure because I don't think this kind of thing can really carry a video on its own. I think the reason why this video is going to get as many views, I don't know how many views it's getting, but I think the reason why it's going to get as many views as it is just because this is a general tier list, a general tier list video. As opposed to me being like, all the matchups from my versus matchup review series, I don't think as many people would click on that. Where's Simone the Digger versus White Lantern? Well, that one already happened. But that one would have been like in my top 10 if I was doing it like the other way, where I did it like how I would go otherwise, because that was in my top 10 at one point. This was fun. I will make sure to do the tier list. That's awesome. Great. I noticed that some of the matchups are not in the tier list. Where's Kirito versus Neo? That one has not been a versus matchup review video. I don't think it has. That one I've talked about in other videos, but I haven't, like, that hasn't been in that specific series yet. It hasn't been the most upvoted. What are your thoughts on Ed, and Eddie versus Ed's World? I'm more of an Ed, and Eddie versus Animaniacs kind of guy, but if you like that one, that's cool. So with 200 on the horizon, any last prediction for what it could be? I mean, going from a predictability standpoint, I would say RWBY versus Maka, but the real prediction is that Death Battle is unpredictable, and I have no idea. I wish my matchup won earlier so it could be on the list. Yeah, I'm sorry about that. But again, you know, any matchup that wins, it will still get into a video, which, let's be honest, that video is going to get a lot more views than something like this. And again, I'm going to give like better feedback or, you know, more concrete thoughts in those videos anyway. You're going to make a Mario Kart track ranking. It seems like every Death Battle content creator does one of those. Is that true? If that's true, I haven't even really noticed that. I'm not really interested in that, but I guess maybe I could consider that. What are your thoughts on King K. Rool versus Captain Hook? I don't know if I fully understand it yet. Like, fully understand what the appeal is. Like, is it actually, like, debatable at all? And again, you could make the argument that that this one, like King K. Rool versus Blackbeard, is not debatable. But again, that's more so, like, it's not debatable if you know the characters really well. King K. Rool versus Captain Hook feels to me like it's not debatable, like, and everyone knows it. Unless there's something really big for Captain Hook that I'm missing, or unless we're including, like, Kingdom Hearts. So I'm not sure how I feel about that. Want to ask your opinion on Flint versus Finn. I pitched to Ben and Chad. They seem to really like it. I hope you do too. Flint Lockwood versus Finn Shepard, I think. That's it. Cloudy with a Chance of Meatballs versus Sharknado. Yeah, that could be fun. I want to learn more about, because I think, like, generally, like, they do have, like, I guess there'd be some things that be included, like, you could argue whether or not it's, like, standard for them, especially, like, Flint, but that could be fun. If they find a way to make it work, I think that could be a really fun time. I must ask then, are you very excited for Hulk vs. Godzilla next week? Also, are you able to say who you think wins now, or will that be for the reaction video? That'll be for the reaction video, yeah. I just want to go into that video not having, like, any stake like that, because it's just not fun to me, and I don't have a really well-informed opinion on it. Kirito and Neo are very forgettable in all fairness. Okay, maybe they are, but it's still, I'm pretty sure, someone can correct me if I'm wrong, I'm pretty sure it was not one of the most upvoted stuff. Flint versus Finn is so stupid, it might actually happen. This is one with Weather Food and Sharknado. Yeah, of course, yeah, I totally get it. Yeah, I guess it's kind of like, oh, what was it? Sharktopus versus the one dinosaur. Indominus Rex versus Sharktopus. Like, so stupid it could happen. Yeah, I get it. It might be debatable, but no one wants to watch a preschool show to check if galaxy level Captain Hook is valid. I mean, okay, I'll take your word for it. Hook has comics that are canon. Okay, that seems fair. How do you feel about Johnny English versus Frank Drebin? I just watched The Naked Gun last night! Holy hell, that's amazing! Johnny English I don't know that much about. Frank Drebin on Death Battle would be a sight. That would be a sight. Actually, after watching that last night, I realized just how much the Pink Panther movie with Steve Martin was inspired by that. That's really cool that came up. Sharknado has a lot of sequels. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I've seen all of them at least once. Not to say I remember all of them. It's not that it's not debatable, it's just it hasn't been fully researched. So, fair enough. I can understand the appeal of that. If you really want to see like a fully researched thing, then Death Battle is an easy way to do that. The Death Battle fan, Mario Kart fan overlap is surprising. I mean, yeah, it's really just because like I have that and I have like Smash Bros. I have like some games on my Switch, but I'm just not playing the most right now. Mario Kart's the easiest thing to like turn on and unwind to. What are your thoughts on indie shows and Death Battle? What's your favorite indie show matchup? I don't think a matchup is good because it's from an indie game. I'm gonna say that first, okay? Because I feel like some people are like, oh, it's an indie game matchup, therefore it's one of the best matchups you can come up with. No. I don't agree with that. But I do think that getting more indie games on the show would be great. I really do. And my favorite one is The Knight versus Ori. That's the one I want to see the most. If an indie game matchup is really, if a matchup is really fitting for one or two indie game characters, then yes, absolutely, let's do it. More variety on Death Battle is good, but it is not good because it's from an indie game. That shouldn't matter, to be clear. Heaven Ascension Dio versus Infinity Ultron. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely fitting for each other. I don't know the likelihood of that happening. But it is kind of like Old Man Logan versus Last Ronin, where it feels like, yeah, you kind of need those versions of the characters for it to work. I think it could be fun. Who's your favorite Death Battle animator? Is it cheating to say Luis? I don't think it is. He's animated. But well, that's just because he's the guy that, like, I feel like I've seen, like, talk the most and all that. If you mean, like, based on the animations that they've done, then I don't know. I mean, Origin is obviously a great animator. Devil Artemis, again, like taking on like all the 3D episodes except for the Torian one. Torian's also great. Like there's so many great ones. I guess I'll say Luis by default though. I have no goddamn clue who wins next week. The amount of BS they get is wild. Yes, it absolutely is. I checked and that one matchup was not done in your polls. Okay, thank you for clarifying that because I was like, Jesus Christ, did I miss something from my own video? I think Neo vs. Kirito might have won one of Hawk of Krypton's poll. Okay, so it's probably a different person then. Okay, that makes sense. Thank you, Raptor. Also, my bad. I must ask, too, thoughts on Timmy, Kazuo, and Wanda versus Aladdin and Genie. I'm not the biggest fan of that one, to be honest. It kind of just feels like, you know, if you really like cartoons and you like the general, like, Wish stuff, then yeah, you might like the matchup. For me though, like it just doesn't really have like enough for me, I guess, like just as a matchup in a vacuum. But you know, if you like it, that's cool. I'm not here to tell you shouldn't like it. I don't think I'm going to be able to get through like all of these questions. I am trying to go like more or less like one down the line, but it's probably going to take too long. Else I go like really quick. How do you feel about Evolution? I hope I'm pronouncing that right. Evolution Battle Royale. I don't really have an opinion on it. Could be cool. Death Battle Tubers versus Mario Kart. I have no idea what happened in What If Season 3. I think I finished What If Season 3. I don't remember that much about it. They kind of did go a little bolder, but I don't know if that actually helped them. I think I missed Ringmaster and Jocelyn. Yeah, it'd be cool to see them appear more. Are you going to finish that croissant and knock yourself out? What are your thoughts on Archie, Eggman versus IDW Shockwave? Those usually aren't the characters I hear paired with each other. I usually hear like Archie, Eggman versus like someone else, or Shockwave versus someone else. So I don't really have an opinion on that. Could be interesting. What are your thoughts on Shulk versus Lightning, especially since it might have a chance of being a Torian episode? That's one where I did, in my previous tier list video, I did put it in Like It. And it would probably be like on the higher side of Like It. I do think that's a very cool matchup. Have you seen the Amazing Digital Circus? No, I have not. What match in this tier list you see from an interaction potential? Yes, Manhattan and Nixon would be very deep. That could be fun. As low as I put, where was it? Duke versus Crocker, that one could be great for the interaction potential. Same with like Donald versus Daffy. Honestly, Alistair versus Black Hat, that one could be great there too. Oh geez, I think we got a lot more questions. Henry versus Second Coming could be around the corner since Henry was mentioned among guys. I don't know. I feel like if we try to, you know, pick apart like every time something gets mentioned in a death battle, like I don't think that necessarily means it's going to be likely, but I would love that matchup to happen, yeah. The Death Battle cast have made a poll if we wanted. Jocelyn and Ringmaster to host. Could it mean anything? Who knows? Okay. I mean, if Wiz versus Boomstick ever happens, I think they should be the hosts of that. Not even mentioning Moro seems illegal. I mean, obviously Moro's great too. I mean, like, there's so many animators, right? I can only go to like a handful of them. Obviously, Moro is one of the best death battle animators as well. I'm not trying to like exclude anybody. I'm just saying like he is one that stands out for sure. Archie Eggman versus Lex Luthor. That's another one that, yeah, that's one that I've more so heard for Archie Eggman. Reaction stream watching the matchup pitched videos. There's a whole playlist of them, I think. I could do that, but like, I don't know. Like, I feel like that wouldn't be that interesting for you guys. Thoughts on Ichigo versus Yusuke? I don't know if I want to answer that because that could be in a future versus matchup review video. I know that one's been consistently getting more upvotes. I'll say right now though that like I would be interested in seeing how they revisit both of those series. At very least, I'd be interested in that. Did you absolutely despise the live action Lilo and Stitch movie? I haven't seen it. I will see it, I think, at some point, but after reading the reviews and seeing what kind of movie it was, I did not feel the need to pay for it when I already have Disney Plus and I can just watch it later. So I'll see it at some point, I'm sure. What type of fight do you prefer, Cosmic Street or Cartoon? Any. I think any matchup can work for Death Battle. I don't think that genre is how I differentiate Death Battles. It's more like the specific matchups. As a big supporter for Mickey versus Bugs Bunny, would you like to see Bugs Bunny in other matchups, like a Pink Panther versus Bugs Bunny? I really haven't considered Bugs Bunny for any other matchup, because for me, it's like I just don't think there's a point in me thinking about it, because it's not going to beat Bugs versus Mickey. It's not going to happen over Bugs versus Mickey. So I guess the answer is no, there is no other character I'm really thinking. Pink Panther's interesting, though. I feel like a Springtrap matchup is going to happen since Afton has been mentioned and teased a ton this season. Again, we don't want to we don't want to put our tinfoil hats on too deep, but who knows? Maybe. Henry and Among Us, made by the same guys, so it made sense for there to be a Henry reference. Yeah, exactly. Like some of his arsenal gets thrown in there. Hi Raptor. Hi Jace Hurd. I hope I'm pronouncing that right, but hello. Thank you for joining. I hope Junk Trap happens, man. It would be so fun. Or Junko Trap? But yeah, whatever. Yeah, I mean, that could be fun. Again, I do not have a huge preference. I do not have a huge preference for Springtrap. And yeah, like Springtrap versus Junko is a very hard interested for me. What's your favorite thumbnail contest thumbnail you've seen? For the upcoming one? I don't know. I haven't really looked at them that closely. Some of them do look really good, though. Thoughts on Buckwell versus Boots and Boots? Do you mean Buck Wild versus Puss in Boots? Because if so, that's in here. That's over there. If you mean something else, I don't know what you're talking about. But if you mean that one, yeah, I like it. It's not my preferred for Puss, but in a vacuum, it could be good. Anyone else miss when half the season lineup was fighting game characters? I mean, like, I think some fighting game matchups are very, like, base level, but I don't think that means they shouldn't do fighting game characters anymore. Like, I really want Scorpion versus Wolf because I think it actually is a fighting game matchup that works really, really well, you know, or at least has one fighting game character in it, and like a Souls Light, however you say it, one of those characters in it. Thoughts on Paper Mario versus You? The latter might be too niche. I mean, yeah, I don't really know that character that well, so yeah, I don't really have a lot of thoughts on it. Okay, I think we're going to start wrapping this up pretty soon. I mean, I'm great to, you know, hang out with you guys, but I've been sitting in front of this computer for like 4 hours. So I'm probably not going to stick around for too much longer. I think I'll just go to like the quicker questions. Do you like joke matchups? If they're done well, and if they're like not taken too seriously by the community, and they don't turn into an unironic matchup, then yeah, I think joke matchups are fine. Any idea what happened to Hulk versus Godzilla today? I think it just got pushed back because they need to iron some things out with like the script or the research. Wait, has Springtrap been mentioned on Death Battle? I think probably like very briefly. Raptor, will you marry me? No. You said in an earlier video, check out Has Been Hotel. Did you, and did you enjoy it? I've seen the first episode of Has Been Hotel. I think I would like to keep watching it. Isn't it like on Amazon Prime now or something? Or can you still all watch it on YouTube? Probably not. They probably wouldn't allow that. Either way, I've seen the first episode. Definitely very edgy. Edgier, I think like edgy for the sake of being edgy, a little too much for my liking, but I could, I could still keep going with it. What's your favorite of all of these? Like everything on here? It would be Bugs versus Mickey. That's the matchup I want the most out of all this, and it's my most wanted matchup in general. Glad to appear last minute. Yeah, glad to have you back. Thank you so much. It was a fun stream. Thank you. Thank you. Again, I'm just trying to go through the stuff that I can answer quickly. Aquaman vs. SpongeBob was peak comedy. The one thing that I do not like about SpongeBob vs. Aquaman is that they basically confirmed that they did not know that that's how it was going to turn out. Like, they basically greenlit it without knowing that it was going to be, like, a joke episode, so to speak. And I feel like you kind of need to know what it's going to be like before you greenlight an episode, because what if it just turns out awful? Like, what if you find out you can't do it? I think they handled it the best way they possibly could have, knowing that now. But that's like the one thing about SpongeBob vs. Aquaman that I'm not, a huge fan of. Damn Sigma Raptor with a rejection there. I mean, this is not the first time he's asked me. Do you like RWBY? What matchup would you want? Well, actually, RWBY versus Maka would be the one. Like, before it got confirmed, it probably would have been, like, in my top 30 or something. So that's honestly the one I like the most. Is there anything else? I mean, like, again, there's also Serial Designation N versus... Serial Designation versus Penny. I could see that one working as well. There are some Cinder matchups, but I don't think all of them are the best, necessarily. But there are some Cinder matchups. I think seeing Cinder on the show could be interesting. It's on Amazon Prime. Yeah, okay. Is that what I said? I don't know if I said that, but yeah. I do have Amazon Prime currently. I'm not going to get rid of it until... Well, I was going to say until at least, like, The Boys is finished, but I'll probably keep it for Invincible, too. Has-Been is on Prime. Hell of a Boss is on YouTube. Okay. Do you think they would do a 3D times 2D animated matchup? If so, what would it be? If you mean like using characters like one comes from 2D and one comes from 3D, yes, I think they could do that. They've done that before. But at the same time, like, I think if they're gonna like switch between animation styles, it's gonna be something like Saitama versus Popeye, where they just go crazy with it. I don't think it's something they're gonna prioritize, but like if it fits the matchup, then yeah, sure. Thank you for an awesome stream. We'd love to see this again. Okay, thank you. I mean, I definitely have plans for other potential streams. I do plan to do a stream at the end of the year, so we'll see that one. Composite Santa versus Composite Dracula could be a fun episode. It heavily depends on which versions they're centering on. Well, of course, compositing means like you put everything in, right? So it's hard to say exactly what lines are going to be drawn there. Yeah, I mean, like, it could definitely be fun. If they decide to make the matchup or the episode, I'm not going to lie, it could be fun. That's just, I don't love compositing in the first place, and I don't like when the connection is the compositing. So that's just me, though. Who do you think is winning, Alistair versus Black Hat? I think Black Hat. I haven't seen enough of Has-Been Hotel yet, but based on what I've seen people say, and of course that's why I'm not going to say like, oh, the Black Hat definitely wins, because if I haven't seen everything for a character, I can't say, oh, well, then this character definitely wins. Like, that's stupid, even though I think everyone does that. But I'm not going to say if I haven't seen everything. And even if I have seen everything, it's still just my opinion. But based on what I have seen, what the characters can do, I think Black Hat probably takes that. Vegeta versus Shadow as a remake episode? I'd prefer Shadow versus Mewtwo. What do you think the next live-action death battle could be? I'd really like it to be Captain Kirk versus Han Solo. I don't know if that is going to be what it is, though, but that's the one I want. Mary Ratmus, thank you. Black Hat to win pretty easily. Alistair barely has any feats. Yeah, that's the problem. Like, when I say, like, what I've heard, I more so mean, like, lack thereof, right? Okay, I think we'll give it, like, a minute or two, and then I will sign off. But yeah, thank you guys so much for... Oh, can you show the upper tiers again? Yeah, sure. To be clear, this is all for my versus matchup review series. So... It's not like these kind of are random episodes to, or random matchups to people who who haven't seen my videos before, but that's where these are coming from. Yeah, I guess I do have some more water, actually. Hang on. I completely forgot about it, because I've just been talking so much. Have you heard of Homestuck before the cast? No, I never did. And yeah, I think this is basically where I'm going to wrap it up, to be honest. Like, I've literally been streaming for 4 hours straight. This is like double the length of a normal stream. I think this is the best stream. Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. Definitely a lot of stuff to do. A lot of tier listing. And again, you know, once this gets actually like published to YouTube, you can go back, rewind, check all the other tier lists that I did. I guess if you want like a very brief look at the other ones again. So again, this is my season tier list. It's a little hard to read the numbers, but based on the thumbnails, you can probably tell like which one matches each season. So that's the season one. This one is how I feel about rematches. Again, my general opinion on rematches is that I don't think you should do a rematch if you can easily put a character with someone else, like they have the character come back in a different way. But focusing on this like from specifically a rematch perspective, this is how I would do it. Then we also have these tracks. This is the stuff that's been remastered. Not that like I specifically wanted to do remastered tracks, but like this just gave like a more manageable sample size than doing all of the tracks. So this is probably more or less how I would tier list all of those. And then we're back here where this is everything that's been on my versus matchup review video series so far. Just scrolling down. And that's basically everything. Yeah. This is not meant to be the kind of thing where, you know, you definitely agree with everything, right? Like, I'm literally just one person, just like you guys. Yes, I make videos. That does not mean my authority on matchups is any higher than any of yours. This is literally just where I decide to put this stuff. I could be a commenter, basically like commenting all the same stuff, and it would be just as valid, right? Because it's all opinions. As I've said in my controversial opinions video, opinions are made to be different. That's the whole point. They can be argued for or against. They are not facts. There is no right and wrong with stupid shit like this, right? Like, this is literally just how we feel. Raptor, advice for growing beards. I don't know if I can give you growing beards. Like, for trimming, I guess I could give tips, but this just happened. I didn't like pour something on my face and it happened. So I don't know. I had to wait though until like I thought the beard looked good. Like, there were probably some other videos from like years and years ago where I tried to grow a beard and it just didn't look good. But here, like, everything connects a lot more, I feel. So yeah, that's what I would say. Just realized no Sackboy versus Maxwell is on here. Dang it. That is going to be in my next versus matchup review video. So if I got to this stream after that video, then it would have been on here. But you guys know I love Sackboy versus Maxwell. Like, that would literally be like, where would it be? That'd be here, I think. No, here. That'd be right here. Sackboy versus Maxwell. You guys know I love that one. Been listening to you while working on my Asher's Yugi thumbnails. Streams are fun. I like to see them more often. Well, again, I'm definitely planning on doing the one in December. Kind of like an end of the year thing. More streams like this. Again, like the webcam, I think the webcam worked out decently well. First stream where I've used that. If I rewatch this and see how well it worked, like, I don't know, maybe if I don't use the webcam, it'll make things like go more smoothly because it has like less things to worry about. But generally, I think it did work. Not the best webcam in the world, but again, still better than my laptop camera. Everyone loves Sackboy except for Kratos. Sackboy vs. Maxwell, so much potential. You know what's a right opinion, though? Raptor is epic. I appreciate that a lot, but again, it's the kind of thing where I think people understand the idea that this community can spawn so many different opinions. The thing that people don't understand, though, is that your opinion is not right just because it's yours. Like, people can still have valid opinions. You can't invalidate someone's opinion with your own, right? Like, you can't say it's right or wrong with that stuff because this is literally all fictional things. So opinions, this is like my slogan for the channel now, I feel, that opinions are made to be different. That's, like, I have no problem saying that because that's literally what opinions means. Webcam went good overall. Thanks for the stream. Okay, great. Yeah, okay. I think that's a wrap. So just put that's a wrap. That's very good. I think that's where I'm gonna wrap it up for today. No pun intended. Thank you all so much for watching this stream. I really appreciate just being able to hang out with you guys, right? Like I could see myself doing this more often if more people were interested and if I found enough fun things to do. Because I think this was fun. It was basically like a mega version of 2 streams ago where I did the other tier list, but this has been a really fun time. So thank you all so much for watching. And yeah, I guess that's basically it. Stay awesome. See you later. Have a good night and peace out.